bring the band in. Woo! Well, alright. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it, too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss, you know. I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in where you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold to get low. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go. as a vet, but everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Look, I try to tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Ooh, boss talk like I'm Boaz. Ooh, why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. You're too cold and you know. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Sanhok. Let's go.
صار من زكريا كروس جيمنج وحش وحش وحش.
What's up, everyone, and welcome. We are getting ready to hop into yet another day of action. Of course, wassalamu alaikum, and I hope everyone is going to be having an absolutely fantastic time here as we are going to be stepping into day number 2 for phase 2 to see what our competing teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield. Of course, we did see amazing step-ups come through in yesterday's games. Of course, Brute Force, right, having a phenomenal run. We'll have a look at that as we are going to be taking a look at the leaderboards to see exactly where the teams find themselves. But of course, we'll be getting into that very soon to get a good idea as to what we could be expecting to see come through here. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, moving into today, it is going to be our Miramar heavy day. So there's going to be a lot of action to look forward to as we've been seeing quite a few teams really looking to solidify and, look to build up a bit of dominance when it comes to the lovely Miramar map. Now, we are going to be also then taking a look at a few teams across the board to see where everyone has, what the kind of trend is that we see developing. Again, moving through this phase. As we know, we've only had one day with only those first 5 matches to come through. So today is going to look to add on top of that, right, to see exactly where the teams find themselves. Now, as I mentioned already, we did see Brute Force bring in quite an exceptional play. I mean, this was kind of the momentum that we've been seeing from Brute Force come through from that first season, right, all the way back from spring. Now moving through into towards fall. The first phase, Brute Force having a little bit of a tough run, not exactly performing the way that we were expecting to see them play. But so far, I mean, the first day, absolutely on point with the action, just really locking it in, and you gotta love to see that come through. Of course, also I was talking about, I really wanted to see NEXX step it up. If you recall back yesterday on the first match, absolutely glorious run coming through from their side. But of course, our top performers for the day yesterday was the side of QuestE-SPORTS, having a glorious performance, concluding the day on 43 total points. And of course, you can see Al-Hajj bring in a pretty strong contribution with regards to the damage, the eliminations, those conversions, and of course, then the survivability going over to the side of Easy. But I mean, it's not a big carry coming through from Al-Hajj. Yes, sure, Al-Hajj is sitting with an average of 539 damage across the board, but we do see that contribution coming through from the rest of the crew. This, of course, being our first Miramar of the day yesterday. Very exciting plays. I mean, Mon playing quite a bit of an upset as we, if you recall that. Oh, it was so exciting. So many upsets making its way on through. Of course, as we progress further through the day, definitely the kind of play that we are also then looking to see come through from the side of Quest. But of course, looking at their performance, Quest is going to be sitting within that top 10, right? Sitting with a grand total of 56 points that they were able to secure. 2 of the, of course, then 2 winner chicken dinners as well, with 31 eliminations coming off of that map. No, wait, hang on, that is their Erangel stats. Let's look at Miramar. I think that probably helps a little bit more. Yes, Quest on Miramar, the second highest performing team with regards to those stats. Of course, sitting as the most aggressive team, right, with a grand total of 52 eliminations. So if you compare Miramar to their Erangel, definitely Miramar is the map that they show a lot more dominance on. So I think especially for them today, it's going to be a great opportunity to try and solidify a great position with regards to those leaderboards. So, I mean, it is going to be 3 of them making their way on in. Are we going to be having Quest play all 3? Of course, that is what we will be finding out as we are going to be progressing through it. Because if you've got any particular predictions for the day, be sure to let me know. So as we are well aware, right, we are going to be swapping out those groups. So Quest, are we going to be playing the first, second, third, and fourth match? But as we know, the last one is going to be Erangel's, Miramar rather. So they are going to be missing out on at least one of them. But of course, one of the other teams, right, that I was talking about was going to be the side of Brute Force. Just look at that difference coming through from the previous phase into this phase. As you can see it already, a major, phenomenal increase in that performance. So we want to see Brute Force, the Broody Fruities, really looking to rise up and continue upwards and onwards. Of course, Brute Force sitting on, I think that is a grand total of 38 eliminations, something along the line. No, it's 72. But of course, I mean, there's always room for more of that to come through. But for the phase, though, really good start. I think that is the comparison of the stats all the way back from the first phase into this one so far to date. Good to have all these capitalizations. Of course, he is. Shout out there for GEEKAY coming through. If there's any particular team that you think is going to be just blowing up today, let me know in the chat, right? Curious to see who you guys are here to support. Who are your favorites? But of course, if you've got any particular predictions moving into our first match of the day, which is going to be over on Miramar, let me know. In the meanwhile, looking at that beautiful step up that we had coming through from the side here of Brute Force. As I mentioned, they were able to secure themselves a grand total of 20 eliminations. I mean, exactly the same as what the ONYX Ravens were able to do. But if you recall, ONYX Ravens, they went just absolutely crazy, right? On that day 5, day 4, securing themselves a glorious 22 winner, 22 elimination rather, winner, chicken dinner. So very strong performance coming in on their end. But now, of course, Brute Force as well as Quest, not the only strong performing teams that we've had so far. We also did see quite a bit of a step up come through from the side of R8, also concluding their day on a very good point, closing up with 38 points, as well as that winner, chicken dinner. In fact, after the last match, they were able to jump up 4 positions, the same as what we saw come through there for the side of the Brute Force squad. Of course, well, those aren't the only teams that we're going to be talking about, right? We got a few more to work our way through in anticipation of that first match to see exactly what they are going to be bringing through and how they're going to be stepping up, what kind of momentum or kind of consistency they are going to be looking to establish moving through this very first day. Of course, as you know, if you've got any predictions, right, any thoughts, be sure to share them in the chat. In the meanwhile, we're going to be taking a bit of a look at the comparison here between RTG, who we know are currently sitting up in second position, and then we measure that against the performance that we saw come through from the side here of R8. Both teams with their respective eliminations there. RTG sitting on a glorious 23, R8 sitting on 18. But, you know, what really works in the favor of R8 is their consistency with regards to placement points. Of course, sitting on a grand total of 20, where RTG only has 18. But then the other factor is the sheer aggression coming through from their end, right? So you got to really enjoy what they could potentially be cooking up here today. On the overall leaderboards as well, right? The big main leaderboard combining phase 1 and 2, RTG are also then rather sitting up in a third position on a grand total of 187 points for those 3 winner chicken dinners. So 2 coming through from phase 1 so far, also securing themselves that first one on the first day, right here in the second phase. But now, let's see what day 2 is going to hold. Beautiful nades, though, coming through from Prestige. Just so on point. Dexter had such a tough time trying to get themselves out of the situation. And then, of course, W7 followed suit. But very quick reactions coming through. Of course, this was, again, our first Miramar of the day yesterday. So this could just give us a bit of an indication as to what we could be expecting to see come through from the teams here, as we are going to be venturing in, obviously, into that Miramar heavy day. I mean, R8's performance as well, really strong. Also finding themselves being the third team points-wise when it comes to those stats on the Miramar map itself. Of course, sitting with a grand total of 45 eliminations, total points of 72 that they're able to secure, of course, that winner chicken dinner, also then coming through from the Miramar map. So that just does give us a bit of hope, right? Out of the 11 Miramars that they've played, also they sit with about a 9% chance of success. So out of 11 matches, they've been able to secure themselves that one winner chicken dinner. But of course, we also did see quite a strong performance come through from the side of Lath as well, right? Impressive stats when it comes to that damage, sitting on 1,488 with 13 eliminations. And then, of course, those 3 knocks or assists, I believe that is, that we see coming through there. Again, my Arabic is subpar, right? Not exactly one of my strong suits, but of course, well, if you want to give me a few pointers, be my guest, right? But as we know, ONYX also quite a surprising team. I mean, back in the previous season, ONYX Ravens, you know, also still trying to find some good momentum, but definitely appreciate all the effort that they've been bringing through moving into this fall split. I mean, it's almost like we're looking at a completely different team. If you remember back in the league stage for the spring season, ONYX Ravens closed up in 18th position. Right, this time around, it seems like there's new life being breathed into this team. They are just stepping up so phenomenally well. But I mean, that's the beauty of PUBG. That's the beauty of the competitive scene, is the teams showing the capabilities, showing their prowess. You know, being able to really just change up all these strategies in such a short time, really. So, yeah, mad respect going out to the ONYX Ravens. Of course, we are going to be looking to see even more of that insanity make its way through, as we, of course, got quite a few more days to go. Right now, today, we are heading into day number 7 of 18. So, obviously, we still have 11 days left. We've got, 8 days left of league stage, and then we are going to be hopping into those final days to see who's going to be stepping forward into, well, the NEA Championship. But, of course, there's still a lot to work through. We have to go through the second stage. We have to go through the third stage. And, of course, all the hurdles, obstacles, and challenges that it brings with it. But, of course, now, speaking about hurdles, speaking about obstacles, you see these teams not being shy when it comes to those eliminations, with GEEKAY as well as R8 sitting on an average of 5 eliminations, with a very healthy dose of those damage markers as well. But of course, Quest, Falcons, RTG also exactly right there on par. I mean, those are some pretty exciting stats to be looking at, as it speaks volumes to these to the capabilities rather coming through for our respective teams here. But now, again, will they be able to maintain that consistency, right? Are they going to be able to push all the way through to the very, very end? I'm just trying to figure out whether or not these stats that we're looking at, is it across the board? Is it map specific? Because that is very, very balanced. I believe that is that is the overall performance when it comes to Miramar, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, makes 100% sense. GEEKAY is sitting with a grand total of 50 eliminations out of 9 games. Quest sitting with 52 out of 10. Then we've got the players from the side of R8 on the edge there, finding themselves on 45 eliminations out of 8 matches. So 45 divided by 8, well, gives you 5, as you can see right there. We don't have Slime Machine on the board, but you know what? It is what it is. Of course, this is the rotation we're going to be working through, starting with Miramar, then heading over onto Sanhok. Then we head right back into Miramar before venturing into a little bit of Erangel, and then the final match of the day. Well, right back to Miramar, right? So it's going to be a beautiful full circle coming through. The teams will have the opportunity to build up that consistency and just go absolutely ham, right? Go as crazy as they possibly potentially can. Because that is the excitement that we are here for today, to see who's going to be ending up at the top. Of course, we could take a look back to the previous phase to get a bit of an idea as to what we could be expecting to come through here. Of course, as we know, the groups, the teams, they've changed slots ever so slightly. But, we're not quite sure whether or not that is going to be of any major concern, really, because, the opportunity is there. The teams being quite adaptable, quite flexible. So let's see how that is going to go. Of course, looking back to the previous phase, back on towards phase 1, day 2, we did see R8 locking in that top performance for the day. Now, of course, if we look at that compared to what we've got right here, you can see the players then from the side of Quest bring in quite a strong play. R8 right up there in 3rd place. So far for the phase, Brute Phase, yes, with 35 points. Unfortunately, not a winner chicken dinner to their name just yet, but that all could potentially be changing right here today. So I guess to see whether or not they are going to be able to lock in that momentous performance, right? That is what we want to see. Now, if you remember Brute Force from the previous season, they were able to secure themselves 7 winner chicken dinners when it came to the map of Miramar. So they've kind of set a precedence, right? Showing that they are a super capable team, so a lot of the pressure going to come through here. We want to see the return of that. I want to see that same brute force finding their way. Of course, now taking a look a little bit further down the leaderboard. W7 finding themselves all the way in 16th place with those lovely 12 points. Next, I mean, they are yet to find a few placement points. You can see them currently holding on to only eliminations. But of course, the same can be said here for the side of Triple Esports as well as KR. I mean, also quite a surprising position to see the players here from Triple. I mean, if you recall back on phase number 1, Triple also sitting in a different kind of position as to what we're really accustomed to seeing. So I'm curious to see whether or not we are going to have that step up come through from the Triple side as well. Definitely not the kind of position that I think is, very relevant to their overall performances and their capabilities. So let's see whether or not that is going to be the case here. We've got a shout out coming through for IKURD. There we go. So it's GEEKAY and IKURD, and that is where all the love is going to be going today. If you've got any other particular team that you want to shout out, of course, let us know in the chat. In the meanwhile, if you've got predictions with regards to the Miramar map, right? If you've got any idea as to where you think the flight path is going to be taking us, where that zone is going to be going, any predictions that you want to make, drop them in the chat. Let's see whether or not that is going to play out and be the case. I mean, if you're feeling a little bit bold, you can also tell me who do you think is going to be the first team to make it back into the lobby. Who knows, right? You might be right on the money. Of course, there's no prize for being right. It's just bragging rights, right? And of course, the DK stamp of approval. Right, either which way, moving into the first match, Group E, they are going to be sitting this one out. So that is, of course, in the players from RTG, Slime Machine, Triple, as well as W7. So all the other teams will have the opportunity to really get down to business to show us what they can bring. And of course, who is going to be potentially taking that first winner chicken dinner. Got another shout out coming through for NIGMA. So good to see the support, as we've already had 3 squads. Yes, 3 squads receiving a little bit of love. Kyle saying that they believe that NIGMA is going to be, well, the team to watch today. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because, I mean, NIGMA, they've shown their capabilities when it comes to the Miramar map. So it makes sense, right? It makes sense. It's all pretty relevant. I mean, another strong team that we also have is going to be the side of GEEKAY. So there's going to be a lot to look forward to as we are getting ready to hop into match number 1. As we know, our contestants now will have a bit of a flex opportunity, right? First match of the day. Who is going to pick it up? IKURD coming through with shout out there for IKURD as well, saying IKURD up. Yes. Yes. Let's see whether or not IKURD is going to be up indeed. Because looking at the overall performance that we've had comes through from the side of IKURD so far, they've been able to secure only 3 placement points, so meaning they are quite capable when it comes to aggression, right? Securing themselves 31 eliminations in total so far on Miramar, but having a little bit of a tough run when it comes to making it beyond that 8th, 7th position. Prime Lord is coming back. That's the new one, but sure, I'll take it. I mean, like I said, you're welcome to drop any game-relevant predictions in the chat. So let's see how this one is going to unfold. NASR, Sanhok, Clever, Spec, and J7 should play. I mean, they should, and they probably are. Because we do have NASR now starting to drop on down. As you can see them ready to jump. W7 getting a shout out in the chat as well. I mean, you got to appreciate that. Unfortunately, we're not going to see them in this match because they are in Group E. So they'll be joining from match number 2. But either which way, I'm pretty sure that they appreciate the support. Here, of course, you can see on the side where the teams find themselves. Ooh, beautiful zone. Beautiful zone. I mean, very complimentary to that flight path. So the teams are going to be smiling, at least through these first few initial phases. No crazy major rotations having to come through. Of course, we do see a lot of focus being put on towards that more centralized region, right? So ONYX Ravens, CONQUEROR also changing things up ever so slightly. But as we know, Triple usually like to go down towards Puerto. Again, Puerto is not here, so great to see CONQUEROR really looking to capitalize on the available area. Meanwhile, then the GANGSTERS going all the way up to Ruins. So definitely the team that is going to have to make the vastest rotation to get themselves secured. Bonafide Champ saying that CONQUEROR is going to be the first team out. Why? Is it because they dropped in Puerto? If that's the reasoning, I mean, sure, any reasoning I think could work at this point. Curious to see though how it is going to unfold for them. Got another shout out. Well, yeah, another shout out coming through there for W7. So let's see, out of the teams that we have here, right, we are seeing a little bit of love for teams that are waiting in the lobby. So out of these teams that we have, if you had to make a pretty crazy prediction as to who you think is going to take it, hit me up in only serious answers, right? I'm joking. It doesn't have to be a serious answer. But of course, well, according to Maxman, the ideal position to make predictions is from the 5th phase onwards because, well, then you know who's still alive. But as we've seen come through from these teams, we've had a few instances where we still had all 16 teams surviving up into that 5th phase. What's up, Defend? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Wassalamu alaikum to everyone. Let's get into the action. Match number 1, day 2 for phase 2. Falcons coming through here with their stats as well. Sitting on an average of 2 point a bit of change. I would assume that is their overall performance coming through this phase so far, right? If you look at the overall performances, ONYX though with 6.5, yeah, that's a pretty steep score to be holding on to. But it's no surprise as we've seen a 22 elimination chicken dinner come through from their end, right? So, ooh, are we going to have another preview at that, right? We don't know. Let's find out. Crypto MVP incoming. Okay. I like that one. I like that one. Do you think RTG will go to the top? I mean, there could be an opportunity for that. It's not outside the realm of possibility, right? It is all going to come down to how these teams kind of look to push forward, right? What their approach is. But already so far, the first day, RTG securing themselves a very strong position. So it makes sense that there is potentially a chance for that. Who knows, right? I wouldn't be surprised if they accomplish that. If that makes any sense to you. Madara coming through with a shout out, I believe that is for Evo Station. Or does Evo Station make you feel a little bit cold? Not quite sure what the emotes are for, but sure, we'll take it. Gordo, continue with the support for IKURD. Yes, yes, yes! IKURD definitely going to be having to step up and shine, right? That's what we want to see. We want to see them really just pop off. I mean, as I've mentioned before, the overall performance that we've seen so far come through on Miramar. I mean, there's always room for them to bring in an improvement on that, right? To add more to the tally. But for IKURD especially, I want to see just a few more placement points come through, right? So definitely going to be trying to focus for that top 7, top 8 position and maybe higher. I think that could be a good change up because they've already been able to secure decent momentum when it comes to eliminations. So all they got to do now is just find that survivability. Just make it into those later stages. Looking at the current starting point over in towards Chumacera. Again, uncontested. No one really going to come venturing up towards them. It's not the same situation, though, if we look on towards Vision here. Because they do have the players from Quest now who've also, or CONQUEROR rather, they've disengaged from Puerto. Started to get themselves situated up in towards the zone. And meanwhile, Crypto with a little bit of Overwatch. Oh, jumping into S-Gates on the shots, connecting in. Oh, nice bit of suppression coming through from Ragnarok. So Crypto not having that exact line of sight, which they thought they did. But good awareness also then coming through from the side there of R8. Which squad? I have no idea. It's going to be one of these 16 teams. 100% guarantee. That I can tell you with the utmost confidence. There's definitely going to be one of the names that you see on the edge of the screen over on the right-hand side. It is 100% going to be one of them. Which one? I do not have a clue. But of course, that is why we are here, right? Maybe ask me closer to the 5th phase. Then I could potentially make a prediction. But in the early stage, yeah, it is going to be so tough. If you ask me who I would like to take the victory here, to get that winner chicken dinner, that is a different question. And that one, I can indeed answer, right? So, I mean, I think it is going to be an obvious answer from my end. I'm going to go with the Falcons. Pure reason being that they are held up in the top of the leaderboard and they've not yet found themselves a winner chicken dinner, right? That's the reason. for no other reason other than that. Habib saying, I could win, inshallah. Well, let's see whether or not that is going to be the case. They have the opportunity here. Nothing currently stopping them from accomplishing exactly that. They're still well within those early stages of the game. As we know, even though there's not a lot happening here, it is also quite an important position, important phase of the match to be in. In the meanwhile, you can see the plays there from R8. Finding a bit of a play onto the side of KR, as Prestige is going to be the player to draw the first blood. So we've lost one. We've said goodbye to one player so far. Looks like that nade almost flew all the way up to where this plane is. A really good transition on that one. You can see Brute Force also now making their way through Monte Nuevo over on towards the edge. They do have the gangsters held in the vicinity as the zone does center up quite beautifully. Just to that eastern side of Picado, right in the middle of Minas Generales, Graveyard, La Bendita. Now this is going to be quite a point of contention, as we still have all 16 teams up. 63 players now moving about. There's no major compounds really within that region to try and take occupants of. So all these smaller few compounds that we have are going to be quite contested. Already now, Next X starting to move up. NIGMA lying in wait. Let's see what the approach is, what the mindset is that is going to be coming through here from Next X. Are they going to be looking to contest NIGMA Galaxy? Or will NIGMA instead put up a super aggressive defensive play? Twisted Minds will obliterate the lobby. I like those words. Let's see if that is going to be the case for the time being. Of course, Twisted, well, we have them currently situated. Oh, where are they? In fact, I'm trying to find them. I can't see them. Oh, there they are. San Martin. Yeah, sorry. I was looking into the edge of my eyelids. Hopefully that's not the case here for Rauf, as we've been seeing quite a few good plays coming through from Rauf, and of course, well, all the players from that NIGMA end. Here we go, onto Twisted, making their way through the San Martin Hills, approaching Picado, but already they do have a few players just positioned up ahead of them. Of course, there's going to be the side of NASR. Ooh, more action now starting to come through. ONYX Ravens, IKURD getting into a little bit of a tussle down on towards that southwestern side. But now NASR going to be looking to see if they can get the jump onto Twisted. Dammy needs to be very careful on that edge. But fortunately, it is proving to be quite a difficult terrain to fight through. Aspect now goes on a little bit of a sightseeing mission. Dammy, though, has the nade in hand. I'm not quite sure if it's going to be able to reach all that way across, though. That is quite a bit of a distance to try and send it. But a nice initiation coming through here from both ends. Twisted, NASR, both teams keeping it nice and steady. I like that that slight flank coming through from the side of Crypto as well. The meanwhile, it's going to be the ONYX Ravens and IKURD. Oh, continuing on with the play here. Ali trying to defend, DBS in hand, but a super low health bar doesn't allow them to do much. We do, however, see Golden landing the head up onto Lath. So IKURD now down to a 2-piece. We do have Aram and Golden looking to make that play for Zorn. A little bit of a difficult rotation going to come through here. As you can see, we do have NIGMA held up right alongside them. And of course, ONYX, the plays from ARP Champions, just a little bit over on towards that eastern side. So if IKURD are able to really squeeze through this one, they of course could potentially be running straight into the side there of KR as well. So a slight triangle of doom is going to be posing quite a bit of a challenge here. Also, taking a supercar out into the desert has its own challenges that accompany that. But so far, so good here for the side of IKURD. Unless, of course, you're looking for parking. That is not the way to do it. And as I mentioned before, again, not a lot of compounds really to take much occupants off at this stage. But of course, if we look towards the north, Brute Force Falcons going to be playing up in towards Minas Generales. Nice little bit of a spread coming through from Sadia Falcons. Really trying to utilize the available area. Ooh, but unfortunate for IKURD. Aram is down. And not much that Golden can do at this point. Vision really going to be pressuring them. Oh, now with Golden flying that smoke, it does really draw quite a bit of attention onto their position as well. I wasn't really sure whether or not Yawez and the rest of Vision knew exactly where to focus, but of course now Golden, well, shining a little bit of light on themselves. Quick response though, I like that. Golden, the Mini 14, pretty accurate. Ooh, next X now having a pretty tough race for the zone. Oh, falling all over the place. ONYX Ravens now just looking to capitalize already. Bringing quite a bit of a smoke out of this vehicle. But a quick pickup is going to be the name of the game. Dexter also now about to go down. Let's see whether or not Nawaf and Mexico are going to be able to get themselves out of this situation. With that, we do say goodbye to Dexter as the Blue Zone gets the upper hand. R8 now also pushing it through. Down goes Spick. And that is the end of NASR. Tawana saying the best team in the world is IKURD. I'm pretty sure they appreciate all the support. Ooh, Santa going down as well. That is an upset. Let's see whether or not GEEKAY can hold on, as we do have the Gangsters and R8. As well as a bit of that potential twisted play coming through over here on the western side. Gangsters now focusing a lot of their efforts down onto the side of GEEKAY. But in the meanwhile, we do say goodbye to IKURD as they will get taken out in 15th. Now, hey buddy, looking to step up. Ragnar, oh, down they go. But hey buddy now needs to heal up. We still have Geith held just ahead of them. Ragnar now trying to find a little bit of that information. As we know, Geith being quite aggressive. Oh, but hey, buddy needs no introduction. Just pushing straight on through. Down they go. Beautiful play here from A Buddy. Now Ragnarok, as you can see just towards the north there, is going to be pushing in the direction of Twisted. Oh, but will R8 be able to get those heads secured as Dammy goes down? Oh no, that's not Dammy. That's Aiden, right? Dadin. I know I pronounced the name. Is it Dadin? I'll just call them Aladdin because it sounds similar. Either which way. You got Eva Station and the rest of Twisted now. Trying to pick up the last few pieces while pushing towards the zone. Ragnarok is down. Now that is going to force the hand for Prestige. Meanwhile, Esketon and Ida now very securely positioned, not only up on the hill, but also well within that zone. Up comes the spray though. Evo Station trying to dance around the bullets. Dadin. Dadin. I mean, that probably sounds a little bit more accurate. Let's go for Dadin. Ida with a nade. Oh, this could be quite an upset now for Twisted. Oh, and it is Ida with a very effortless nade. Slams the door in their face. Out goes Twisted. Only 2 eliminations to their name. Very unfortunate, but an amazing nade. Well done, well done. ONYX Ravens are going to be holding on to the south. They got the ARB champions, of course, now sharing the space here with them. But an interesting spread coming through from ARB. As you can see, we got Smoke and Ricard holding on to that slight southern positioning, with the rest of the crew positioned on high. So Good awareness coming through him. Of course, quite a good coverage as well. But now, will they be able to utilize that and find the ONYX Ravens? Also now waiting to see exactly where the zone is going to be taking. As you can see, center zone currently vacant. Nothing really happening on that end. We do have KR pretty close to it, but with the shift, they find themselves smack dab center zone. And this is the opportunity now for, well, KR-E-SPORTS to see what they can do. Will they be able to hold on? They are, of course, still looking for a few of those eliminations. You can see Prestige also now spotting out NIGMA down below. Hits landing up into Rauf. Ooh, this could spell disaster. Yep, indeed, R8 already up to those double-digit eliminations. ONYX Ravens gets taken on down as Salum locks it in. Smoke now sending those lovely buggies up in smoke as well. Saleh Saad holding nice and steady. Third party peeking it through. But of course, they are the final two contenders left for the side of ONYX Ravens. In the meanwhile, we do say goodbye to the players there from NextX, as they will get taken out in 11th. Unfortunately, not a single point coming their way, ending just a little shy of those placement points. Here comes NIGMA now looking for the opportunity to get themselves a little bit more secured within the region. Ooh, R8 looking to reach across the way. A very difficult call to make at this point, right? Where are you going to fire? Because you can play a bit of opportunity onto the side there of Quest. You can play the angles on towards NIGMA. As we did see, Fidan has been brought to their knees. Al-Hajj also getting their ticket punched. So Quest now down to a potential two-piece. It's going to be Easy and Kante. Falcons just over on that eastern edge as well is going to add to the difficulty here. But Prestige now venturing up with that party bus. Again, a vehicle not exactly designed for this terrain, but I guess it works. But Pablo does get the confirmation up onto Fidan. With that, Kante Easy now have quite a bit of work left to do. ARB also going to come rushing on forward. Oh, the sprays are in and down goes the ONYX Ravens. Beautiful play from ARB champions. Now a bit of a capitalization opportunity coming through here from KR. Still going to be holding on to that lovely center zone. Looking to see if they can potentially halt the advances coming through from the ARB squad. Of course, KR needs to be careful. As you can see on the map, we do have NIGMA over on that western side. So they have to try and not get all too distracted with the ARB champions down on that southern edge. Meanwhile, as we look over on towards the eastern side, is going to be Brute Force opting for a 2-2 split. Trying to play the terrain here against the side of Vision. Vision also going for a similar approach here. As you can see, we do have Volt and Saif on that front line. But now with the shift, it keeps the side of KR smack dab center zone. So this is where the pressure is going to come through from those edge positions. Because both Brute Force and Vision needs to get themselves situated. But now with the addition of Conqueror Iraq pushing through from the north, it is going to be a pretty tough spot here for Vision to get out of. But who knows, this could still play in their favor. Conqueror could also take a bit of an aim onto the side of the Brute Force squad. So let's see what Saif and Volt are going to be looking to bring in. Conqueror's though ever so slightly spread out. Again, not the easiest position to play from. We got Shago also keeping a very close eye on the side of the Falcons. We can see towards that northern side. So they got to choose an edge, right? Are they going to look to apply the pressure onto the Falcons? Are they going to look to play it down onto Vision? Either which way, they have to make that decisive call. In the meanwhile, Vision, Brute Force also trying to just get themselves a little bit closer. But FALCONS Shaco now. Ooh, finding the opportunity onto the Falcons. Salam is down, never alone. Pablo also going to be looking to push through. Fortunately for Shaco, they do have Crazy now holding onto that ridge line. So they do have that overwatch, right? That elevation to try and capitalize off of. Shaco needs to keep an eye on that blue zone closure as well. As you can see, a minute and 40 seconds remains before it closes up completely. So it does change things up ever so slightly. Now, in the meanwhile, Brute Force going to be making a dash for the zone, looking to get themselves situated. Vision going up in flames as Freepod secures the vehicle explosion. Crazy, though, is going to be finding quite a bit of a dent into that Falcon side. Let's see whether or not Pablo will be able to survive this. Oh, yeah. No, down they go. Blue zone gets the upper hand. It is the end of the road. At least 2 eliminations up. But unfortunately, no placement points just yet. Now, as we are in the top 8, this is placement point territory. Vision getting absolutely battered as the shots continue to fly. West playing a very strong position up on towards CONQUEROR, rather. Playing a very strong position up on towards that northwestern side. But again, the terrain not looking all too favorable. Meanwhile, the sprays continue to rain on in. Brute Force ending it inside of Vision. So seeing that we are about to hit that 7th phase, I would not be surprised if it was one of the teams situated on the edge, potentially, to secure themselves that first winner chicken dinner. I mean, NIGMA looking pretty confident coming through from that western side. I appreciate that spread. I think KR also going to be a little bit of a challenge to contest against, seeing that they are holding onto the compounds. Not exactly the easiest position to breach. Fortunately, KR find themselves smacked up center zone, so they are going to be feeling a lot of heat come through from several different directions. In the meanwhile, there's going to be Quest now pushing forward onto R8. Oh, but a very, very costly effort coming through there for Quest, as they will not make it beyond that 7th place. R8 though looking pretty comfortable with those 11 eliminations now. Brute Force also starting to build up a bit of momentum here. Beautiful nade going through from Prepod. Ooh, but he got to watch out. KR going to be looking to capitalize. Asalum finds a bit of an opportunity. Beautiful nade then also coming through from J9. Oh, you got to love the terrain play though. Utilities flying all over the place. Just as a player steps out to find a bit of an opportunity, they get hit by those third-party sprays. I think we're almost about to say goodbye to the side of ARB, as they've been quite pressured on the edge. Several hits now connecting through onto them. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to survive and make it into that late game. In the meanwhile, R8 still looking to go a little bit rampant here. KR though finding a bit of brute force. Alright, so ARB champions now down to talk. Oh, this could be a tough one. Very, very open field to try and rotate through. Not a lot of hard cover to try and utilize. Unfortunately, we do have a few of these lone hay bales lying around. The beautiful shots connecting up there. Meanwhile, R8 still going to be focusing their efforts towards the north. First to a Quest. Now it is going to be the side here of CONQUEROR. Also with the addition of Brute Force. Taking a little bit of a split. Potential 2-1 split then for the side of the Broody Fruities. Prepod can't resist. Right, looking for the opportunity, especially now with CONQUEROR being distracted. Oh, the hits are in. And there we have it. CONQUEROR Iraq though, getting traded on down. R8 adding to the tally already now, sitting up on 14 eliminations. NIGMA going to be looking to breach on through to the place here from KR, as they are left with Ali and the rest of the team here. As you can see, Ali, Bashikta, and Salum. But Center Zone is not the place you want to find yourself, especially not with Brute Force, NIGMA, R8, all getting ready for a bit of a push. You don't need a calculator to work out exactly where the KR team could be situated. Of course, now R8 trying to bring themselves back. Ooh, beautiful spray down coming through from Freak, and that is going to be it. R8 will fall. Getting sent out in 4th place, but 14 eliminations to their name. Now comes the fight for Zone. It's going to be between NIGMA, KR, and Brute Force. NIGMA playing the numbers game, having the advantage with regards to players. Of course, also then sitting on 5 eliminations. As you can see, KR is sitting on a comfortable 7. But they've got only 3 players left to try and defend the compound here. Again, so many potential angles that you could see those pushes come through. So again, makes it so difficult to defend, especially at this stage. But hopefully, yeah, for the side of KR, Brute Force could help to alleviate a little bit of that pressure. KR, though, sitting with a healthy dose of damage as well. Ooh, MG3 there in the hands of Ado. Oof, that could be quite a bit of a problem. So let's see whether or not Ado will have the opportunity to wield that. Ooh, Krups and Rauf, was that Freak? Also then going to be moving up with MG3s. Wow. No, that's Lord. Oh, man, this is going to be one sweaty fight. 3 MG3s. Wow. So let's see now. Prepod trying to look for a bit of an opportunity. Meanwhile, Krups just blazing their way on through with the utility. Looking to suppress any plays in their direction. And then, of course, if it isn't the MG3, it is going to be a beautiful spray to come through. AKM UMP combo. Ooh, but it is going to be Mur to lock it in. Down they go. KR getting sent out. 8 elims to their name. But Brute Force down to a solo. Yeah, MG3 to clutch it out as NIGMA. Playing such a strong position. Again, utilizing their numbers advantage. And with that, securing themselves a glorious, glorious finish. So what a play. Of course, now NIGMA walking away with a very, very happy play. A very happy time, rather, if we can call it that. Right, coming off the back of this first match of the day. But, well, no surprise really to see NIGMA perform like this, because this is pretty much what we saw come through from them all the way back in the previous phase as well. But a very, very strong statement being made there by them. Of course, curious to see how the remaining matches are going to go, but a phenomenal run, of course, coming in with those 9 eliminations. But you got to commend the efforts coming through from the side of R8 as well, right? Even though they went out all the way in 4th place, I believe it was, they also were still able to secure themselves 14 eliminations. So good to see that double-digit domination, though, right? Finding its way on in. But of course, as we know, we are going to be taking a look at the leaderboards as well to see what the match ranking situation is, how many points all our respective teams were able to secure. And then the important part comes is how all of that then impacts our overall standings as to where the teams find themselves. As we know, Phase 2, new opportunity to try and rank yourself up with regards to that leaderboard. So especially for teams that had a bit of a more challenging time last week, this week is a great opportunity to look to rectify all those potential angles. But of course, the pressure is going to be on yet again, right? The pressure never ends. It never stops, as the teams are going to be looking to rise on through. So with that, of course, we are going to be hopping into the leaderboards pretty soon. Heading up, of course, first over into our match rankings. As we know, the winner chicken dinner went over to the side of NIGMA. No surprise on that one. But I'm curious to see also what the stats then look like, right? How much damage everyone was able to secure. But in the meanwhile, we are going to be starting it off here with NIGMA walking away with a glorious 19 pointers we can see there. Of course, then it is going to be the side of R8 sitting with a glorious 18, 14 of which has come through from those elims. ONYX Ravens, all of their points coming in only based on the eliminations. But of course, NEXX, IKURD, and NASR are going to be taking a stop over at our donut shop. unfortunately not finding themselves any points. But, you know, that is what it is, especially if you see such a dominating performance coming through at the top. You know, if it's a bit of a top-heavy lobby, well, then it's kind of to be expected, right, to see the teams on that second page having to settle for a few donuts along the way. But again, Brute Force also building up some good momentum here, finding themselves those 6 eliminations, of course, with 6th place finish. Very unfortunate that they only had one player to move through into that final stage. But this is, I think, going to be an indication of what we could be expecting to see from the Brute Force squad, right? A very comfortable team, very competent team when it comes to the map of Miramar. So far, they've been showing quite a bit of ease, right? Looking pretty confident. So let's see whether or not they're going to be able to capitalize. Oh, Saloom with a beautiful big brain strat. Just hiding out of harm's way. But Coops just, nothing can beat that accuracy. And there we go, MG3, UMP, that is going to be the spray to close it through. R8 though, with a glorious run, 2,955 damage being dealt, converting 14 elims out of that. The strongest conversion rate though is going to go over to the side of NIGMA, finding themselves 9 eliminations out of 1,195, right? So that is very, very impressive. ARB also doing quite a bit of damage, unfortunately only finding themselves 1 elim. It's a pretty tough day at the office, but of course, KR Brute Force also doing quite a bit of work there, so we can see those eliminations then coming through in relation to the damage. R8 though, Ida doing all the work here, coming through with 1,392, the equivalent of nearly 14 eliminations. Of course, only being able to convert 6 elims out of that, but the assists have come through as well. Ragnarok being our master dodger, being able to just, you know, flank their way through the lead, only taking 241 damage. That, of course, being quite impressive to see. As we know, quite a sticky situation, even though R8 went out a little bit earlier on, right? So, of course, only securing themselves those 4 placement points. So, all things considered, a very strong performance coming through from the side here of R8. A very even play as well, right? Everyone essentially bringing in their contribution to add to those 14 rather, overall eliminations that they were able to get off of the back of this match. But I think the important question now is going to be how all of this impacts our overall standings, right? Have we seen any major shifts, any major plays come through with regards to this phase? I think that is going to be the big one to look towards. Definitely looking at what NIGMA did now with that winner chicken dinner. Obviously, you could expect to see a little bit of movement come through on their end. But of course, right, the team sitting at the top going to be looking to bring in that consistency. Now, speaking about consistency, we do see the plays here from R8 now hopping over into the lead with a beautiful 2-slot jump. NIGMA moving up 5 slots with that winner chicken dinner. And then, of course, we do see the players from Brute Force also then squeezing all into that 3rd place. Quest going to be moved down 3. RTG as well taking a 3-slot move down. Of course, no change really within that 8th, 9th position. Both Twisted Vision holding nice and steady. GEEKAY also then creeping up in towards 10th, swapping places with the side of NASR. But interesting to see Sly and NASR both essentially sitting on the same points there. And of course, to venture a little bit further down, KR also then starting to move on up. Now, I mean, there is a little bit of movement starting to occur here. But as we know, few teams, they've not exactly played their first match of the day just yet. So there is still a great opportunity for a lot of changes to come through as we are going to be venturing into our second match of the day. But of course, as we know, moving into the second match, we are going to be hopping into a little bit of that Sanhok action. So quite a bit of a contrast between what we just saw over on Miramar, now getting ready to head over into the jungle to see how the teams are going to be performing in a lot more of that CQB, right? Close quarter battling that could potentially be making its way on through. Of course, we are going to be looking for those hot drops. We can see whether or not it's going to be happening up in boot camp, whether there's going to be a little bit of that potentially making its way in towards Pi None. Maybe we could have a bit of that happening into Paradise. There's also Ruins. So several different points of interest where we could see these teams looking to really dial up the aggression. But of course, it is going to come down to how these teams get themselves distributed and also what that first initial zone is going to be doing, right? Flight path, Sanhok doesn't really matter all too much as the teams can pretty much reach essentially anywhere they would like to go. So it's all going to come down to how the teams assess what the potential positioning could be for that. And of course, if you have any potential predictions as to what you think the outcome of this match is going to be sure to let me know in the chat as we are going to get ready. It does seem like everyone has got their seatbelts on, so it means that we are about to hop straight on in to see exactly what action the jungle will hold for us. Of course, also, it is going to be the addition of the players coming through from Group E, right? So that is going to be then the players coming through from RTG, Slime Machine, Triple, as well as W7. So the ARB champions, CONQUEROR Iraq, R8, and Vision are going to be sitting it out. Taking their break for the day. But here we go. Anticipation is going to be building. GEEKAY definitely showing their prowess when it comes to this map. Securing themselves 2 winner chicken dinner so far. Holding a nice steady lead. But of course, looking at the performance increase that we've been having, seeing so far come through from the side of Brute Force, I think this could be a potential play for them as well. Looking for that opportunity, looking to see if they can maybe try and secure their first winner chicken dinner. Of course, any map that we see Brute Force on, that they've not yet done that, they are going to be waiting for those chicken dinners to come through. Of course, the same can be said here for the Falcons, as they are going to be looking to make that push. Falcons currently holding within the top 6. So a slight bit of a change here. ONYX Ravens with that good run, managing to overtake them. But Brute Force showing great consistency, continuing with an upward trend. Let's see if that is going to be the name of the game. Of course, W7 and KR again going for their drop, their hot drop up into Hatin. Now we've seen this all the way back from our very first day. Now, of course, with the zone taking a beautiful northern positioning, it will allow them to really focus on that engagement. But Quest do find themselves nicely situated within the zone. Of course, I do think that by none could be a potential hot spot. Also looking up into just Trifecta in general, you could be seeing quite a few rotations making its way through that. But in the meanwhile, it's going to be KR and W7 getting ready to get down to business. Seen a few mollies getting sent out. Are now looking to play a bit of elevation, getting up on the roof. Oh, but that's not going to stop the nades from reaching in. Oh, nice spray though. Hero finds Besikta. Oh, nice back and forth on either end. But KR though, having 2 of their players knocked on down. As we know, this is an age-old altercation between both these teams. A very even one indeed as well, right? W7KR only separated by 1 elimination, but essentially both teams sitting on 19 points that they've been able to secure on the map of Sanhok. Ooh, but it seems like W7 are going to be setting the example here as they do manage to hold on. It is going to be Hatin now safely secured. Now W7 can get themselves properly patched up. I mean, they also still managed to hold on to the entire squad, so well done to them. Of course, now that puts them up on a grand total of 16 eliminations that they've been able to secure so far. So that puts them essentially on par with the performance that we've had come through from the side of Quest. So well done. Now as we look on to Triple, again, I get to see how they're going to be playing this one. They do have a bit of a position to play on towards that southwestern side. IKURD, of course, right behind them. So there might be potential play being made either for Camp Alpha or, as Imperium would say, the Chungus Mountains, right? Ooh, haven't seen this truck in a while. There we go. Result now moving up. Looking to get themselves a little bit more of that additional loot. And again, this is what I think is so interesting about the drop choices here, because I mean, you don't necessarily have the craziest loot within that particular region. right? Maybe if you venture over on towards that Camp Bravo, things, Camp Alpha rather, that is where things could change up. But also then you find yourself being quite vulnerable to the elevation on that eastern side. Fly Machine are starting to explore as they move through from that far eastern edge of zone. Of course, a very, very wide rotation they're taking here, pushing all the way in. We do have the players there from Quest secured up onto the compounds just on the edge of the bridge. Meanwhile, Aram firing off a few warning shots. Let's see who's going to have the success here. Is it going to be IKURD? Is it going to be Triple? As both ends look to contest. Both teams can do with the points. This could potentially be leaning in favor of, well, Triple. I mean, seeing that IKURD have been having quite a bit of a challenging time here. Only managing to find that one placement point, as well as 5 eliminations for a grand total of 6 points. Triple, on the other hand, sitting on double the amount of points, 12 in total. So let's see how IKURD are going to look to play through it. Ooh, come on. Strafing could actually work out here for Ali. Gotta watch that angle though. It's gonna be a push at the window. I like this mobility coming through. Jump shot. I mean, who said no? Get up on the bonnet and jump into action. Ali now just lighting it up. Beautiful play. As IKURD makes it so dang difficult for the side of Triple. But of course now Bandar looking to push in. Opting to see if they can maybe sneak in a few more trades. But a beautiful step up coming through from the side of IKURD. 3 elims up. But here we go. Bandar now trying to figure out what the approach is going to be here. Being a solo does change up the dynamic ever so slightly. But fortunately, they are relatively close to the zone, so there's still quite a few options available for them. In the meanwhile, as we look closer towards center zone, it's going to be next X now, trying to set up a bit of a gatekeep onto the side here of Falcons, waiting for that opportune moment to strike. But seems like the Falcons, right, they had their spidey senses tingling, and instead they move off in a different direction, trying to wrap around the next X team instead. Zone now allowing for even more continuation on these rotations. NIGMA, of course, yet to start their movement all the way from that Sami position. But things could prove to be quite challenging, especially as I think they might either be focusing towards the northwest or maybe heading in the direction of the bootcamp hills. So whichever position they play for, they have to make a very quick rotation. As we know, from this stage moving onwards, the blue zone is not going to be kind. NASR could now potentially look to test the edge here of GEEKAY, as we do have them just to the north of that bootcamp region. But GEEKAY, they found a bit of an opportunity on towards Falcons, as Never Alone now gets caught in the animation. A slow jump up into the window. We've seen that be a costly play several times. But so far, things are looking pretty good for GEEKAY. Nice, decent spread. Good information gathering round that they've got going here. But ONYX Ravens now going to be running into quite a bit of problems, as they've got Twisted and NASR now secured over on towards this bridge. It doesn't seem like ONYX are going to be all too phased, though. They are going to be leaving Saleh behind. NASR quite eager to get those eliminations secured as well as they move on through. They're looking to pick up their 13th elimination here, potentially, when it comes to this map. ONYX Ravens not going to be all too deterred, even though they've already lost a player. They're holding onto the compound, looking to see if there's a bit of reach. Could be maybe extended or capitalized on. But again, it's still going to be quite a bit of time, I believe, until we are going to be seeing a very strong push coming through on that end. Any major crazy results being converted out of that. In the meanwhile, NIGMA now still trying to figure out which way to go. It does seem like they are going to be heading in the direction there of bootcamp. As we already saw, we've got NASR, we've got Twisted, we've got ONYX Ravens already occupying that space. There's not going to be an easy entry for NIGMA to squeeze through. ONYX Ravens now just trying to fire off a few warning shots, ensuring that NASR could potentially not be looking to push right in towards them. But of course, with the noise now being made, this really alerts the side of NIGMA to what could potentially be waiting for them just up ahead. IKURD also yet to make their push. You can see them holding on towards that far western side. Not exactly sure why they are going to be looking to tank so much blue damage, as the zone is going to be moving up as well. And it is going to force their hand even more to that eastern edge. A Slime Machine and Next X now find themselves very well situated. But of course, GEEKAY also going to be holding on to a little bit of that elevation as well. But here we go, the long trek coming through from the side of NIGMA. Ooh, ONYX Ravens now going to start to fall to the side of NASR, but NASR also losing a few players in the exchange here. It's a good angles, though, being held by ONYX. But of course, now it's going to be that push. NASR already disengaging. Getting themselves very well situated. Again, lining it up for a bit of that gatekeep opportunity. But they have to be watchful of the players from GEEKAY as well. As NIGMA, oh, rush straight on forward. This could be the play. ONYX Ravens and NASR also getting into a fight. But here we go. GEEKAY, NIGMA getting right down to business. Fair trade on either side. Oh, but down goes Ragnar. First elimination getting secured. GEEKAY now up to 1. Oh, but Twisted also finds a bit of an opportunity on both teams here. Oh, it is absolutely devastating. Twisted. Down they go. No, that was NIGMA. NIGMA getting taken right on down. What just happened? I mean, GEEKAY just absolutely coming through with a surprise play. I mean, holding on to the defensive angles. But that was such an upset. Was definitely not expecting NIGMA to go out in that altercation. Not quite sure who I was expecting to go out, but definitely not what I would thought the outcome would be. But now, well, this allows for a little bit more of a play to come through from the side here of GEEKAY. Let's take a look at all the crazy action. So Xenox fell for the side there of NASR. But with that, NASR now holding on to 2 Pete's. Triple down to 1. Bandar still going to be surviving, as we saw from earlier. W7 also with a nice leisurely stroll coming through from that western side. But Fidan Al-Hajj already setting themselves up in anticipation of a potential team maybe still rotating through, as we are down to our final few hopefuls. A lot of edge positioning coming through here as the teams are going to be waiting. Oof, yep, and the edge play will continue, as it is going to be centered up beautifully on that drop as well, that loot. But again, Brute Force, now is this going to be the opportunity maybe to get themselves situated? Not exactly sure, but they still have to watch out for the side of Slime Machine. And also then the addition of RTG coming towards the north. But meanwhile, it's going to be W7 having a few difficulties on their own hands. Oh, that 2-2 split working out here in favor of Quest. Bidan Alhaje looking to lock down the situation. Oh, beautiful nade getting deployed here. Alhaje right on the money. And for W7, it is all now come down to what they can bring on through. But it doesn't seem like they are going to be making it beyond that point, as they will get punched out in 13th. Up comes Hope now, looking for a bit of a jump shot onto Dexter. Oh, the angles though coming through, as Next X will not be backing off. Instead, they are going to be looking to dial it up. Contest GEEKAY as best they can. Utilities flying all over the place, looking to alleviate a little bit of that pressure. But with that, GEEKAY now down to Gaith. Gaith getting ready for the strafe, but Nawaf denies any continuation. Down goes Twisted as well. Well, down to a 2-piece. What's going on here? Gangsters just absolutely stopping them dead in their tracks. Now, Evo Station and Dammy trying to flank their way through Paradise, but we do have Slime Machine in the opposite end. Meanwhile, it's going to be Next X and Falcons getting ready. Trying to lock down this compound. Slime Machine, though, picking up a little bit more of that action onto the side of Twisted, as Twisted is now down to only Evo Station. But a heavy defensive strategy getting deployed here. Falcons now trying to flank their way on through. Ooh, there we go. Quest played a bit of an opportunity onto Next. Brute Force played the opportunity onto Quest then. And this allows for Falcons to get themselves situated. But now, look at this. IKURD sneaking in behind them. A bit of that chain fighting could be finding its way on through. Again, for IKURD, it's all going to come down to timing. They have the positions, the zone just up ahead of them. See the gangsters also now starting to mobilize as they are getting themselves closer and closer to the zone. But first up, they're going to have to push through the side of Slime Machine. Oh, beautiful surprise attack coming through. Well, from an attacker. The name being very fitting at this point. Oh, Gangsters trying to make it. Jafar narrowly surviving that. A very bold move. Gotta say though, IKURD also trying to push up on the Falcons, but the utilities just gonna outplay them, at least for the time being. Now it's all up to Golden and Aram, and now solely reliant on Aram to see if they can lock it down. Very strong defensive play going through from the Falcons, showcasing that they are not a team to try and surprise. Well, if you want to, you're going to have to come up with a bit of a different strategy. Now, Next X, well, they have an opportunity to actually gatekeep the Falcons. But of course, they still have several teams held towards the north that are going to be presenting quite a few challenges. Speaking about challenges, though, IKURD is going to go out all the way in 11th place. Still managing those 3 eliminations. So good run coming through on their end. Oh, but Next, well, could be the next victims of the Falcons. Next to go with a beautiful hit. DBS on point. Tamar Pablo. Gonna risk it for that biscuit. Ooh, yep, great opportunity. The line is there. One down. Ooh, quite a few more to go. Pablo now not having anywhere left to go, as this has now turned into a heavily contested position. Next, trying to light it up with the mollies. But of course, receiving a little bit of their own medicine in turn. Dexter, Nawaf, up they come. We've been seeing Nawaf looking so confident, especially moving through the last Miramar. Oh, but the hits are there. It is now essentially going to be a 1v1. Salam does fall to the damage. Fortunately, that health bar not going to be able to sustain them any further. We also do say goodbye to the side of the gangsters, though. Twisted following suit. So a very, very contentious play coming through as we are left with our final 8 teams. And of course, it is going to be a potential 3-way fight between Starch, Nawaf, and Pablo. Nawaf also could be opting for that res on towards Mexico, but the blue zone I don't think is going to allow for that really to take place. Pablo managing to get themselves perched on high. Oh, Starch with the spray though. Gets it done and down goes Next X. Phenomenal effort though coming through from Next as they will get sent out in 7th, but at least managing themselves those 6 eliminations. Starch also following suit as Easy finds the trade. Now it's going to be Slime Machine. Oh, but instead they find Pablo. And the team's starting to drop like flies. Quest reduced down to 1. You see Easy holding onto that southern edge. RTG Brute Force going to be looking to push their way through. They want that winner chicken dinner. RTG though, they have been able to secure themselves a winner chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok. So it's all going to come down to the performance from Sly Machine and Brute Force. But looking at the numbers for Sly, I think Steezy is not going to have a very easy run here. Instead, it could prove to be exceptionally challenging. But as we know, upsets could still be played at any particular point. Who's going to be the one to find it though? It's down to the final 4. 2 solos, 2 full squads. If Easy or Steezy clutches this one out, that could be one heck of an upset. But ideally, we'd love to see Easy and Steezy duke it out. RTG now, down to a 3-piece. They are left with Kalaga, or Zakaria rather. Ooh, Easy though, down they go. Steezy, the final solo left. Blue zone, yep, up it comes. I don't see an easy rotation for Steezy. Yep, down it is. Blue zone not being kind to them. And of course, well, Mir also not being exactly all too kind. But it's now the fight between Brute Force and RTG to see who's going to find the first winner chicken dinner on Sanhok for today. Well, of course, the only available winner chicken dinner. Brute Force going to be looking to double down on their efforts here. They have the numbers advantage. Oh, yep. Now it swings even more in their favor. The blue zone is going to be forcing the hand of RTG. Zakaria Rio now having to just hug the rocks as the push comes through. The angles are in. Now Rio are getting spotted out. The push is going to come up. Neo's rushing straight on forward. And this is going to be the final play. Rio, though, does get the hit secured. And of course, Mur secures the final shot to lock in the very first winner chicken dinner in the spring, a full season rather, for the side of Brute Force. We were talking about Brute Force finding their footing yet again, and that is exactly what we saw come to fruition here. Brute Force having a phenomenal finish, and of course doing so with a very healthy dose of those eliminations as well. Gotta love it though. That is exactly what we wanted to see come through from the Broody Fruities. Now I can call them the Broody Fruities again, right? Well done, well done, well done. Of course, an amazing play on their end. But of course, now the big question is going to come through, right? How is that going to impact their overall positioning, their overall standings with regards to those leaderboards, as we need to see all the points now. Of course, first up, we are going to be taking a look at those match rankings to see exactly where the teams find themselves. Who was able to find the most aggressive play? Of course, it is a very healthy spread with regards to those eliminations across the board, right? We didn't see any particular team really hitting the double digits. But of course, well, one team did hit double digits when it comes to those placement points. And it was none other than the Broody Fruities. So curious to see what that point tally is going to show. as we'll be moving through all the action here. But a phenomenal step up coming through from the Brute Force squad. I mean, it was about time, right? It was about time to see. Of course, looking back at the overall performance that we had come through from the Brute Force squad when it came to the map of Sanhok, they were also then holding in a very interesting position, as we know, right? Previous season, they were able to secure themselves those 2 winner chicken dinners, walking away with a grand total of 75 total points that they were able to secure within the league stage itself. But of course, now with the addition of this for this season and this phase, it is looking pretty exciting, right? 18 points going over to the side of Brute Force. Slime Machine then walking away with their 12 respective points on the board there as well. But let's see now whether or not this is going to result in just a taste of what we could be expecting to see with Quest and Falcons also then hitting the double-digit total points. It was very, very exciting stuff happening right here. KR, they're going to be the only team to be sent back without a single point to their name. I mean, this is, inevitable. This is what we sometimes see happen. But as I mentioned before already, a very good spread coming through with regards to the teams across the board. KR, this is surprising though, not having any points being acquired in total for them. It does put them in a bit of an awkward position with regards to the overall performances. I mean, the overall statistics, right, that we have for them. KR, got to commend the effort, though. They tried quite hard to get themselves stepped up. Or IKURD as well, right? Really trying to double down on the performances here. They were at least able to secure themselves those 3 eliminations. So that does definitely ramp up their overall performance. I think that puts them on a grand total of 12 points that they've been able to secure so far across the 5 Sanhoks that they've been able to play. Slime Machine also bringing in quite a bit of an upset. But GANGSTERS, trying to lock it down. But I think a good sign here is that Brute Force was starting to find that momentum, right? Finding that flow. Maybe it took a phase for them to just click everything into position, but of course, as we've seen, once it starts clicking, things really start to climb. Speaking about climbing, though, look at the damage here. Falcon, Slide, Brute Force, NASR, IKURD, all hitting in excess of 1,000 damage. And of course, well, still a very even spread across the board with regards to those eliminations getting converted out of it. But Brute Force are going to be walking away with the strongest conversion rate. 8 eliminations out of 1,100 damage. So a very happy day on that end. But of course, then we look on to, well, the stats. It is going to be Spec walking away with the most eliminations. Now Waf, though, with that phenomenal nade to secure a double elim. Of course, it is going to be Damar locking in the most damage. Crypto with the longest hit. And as you can see there, Aram with the greatest distance traveled. So some very interesting stats. I mean, it's good to see IKURD also now being featured up here on the, the top stats for the match. But, well, we want to see more, right? We want to see IKURD really rising up and just bringing in an absolutely insane performance. Looking at IKURD's performance that we also then had from previous season, I mean, we did see that winner chicken dinner come through for them on Sanhok. So, yeah, we wanted a little bit more of that, right? We want to see IKURD really just come in with a very, very satisfying play, rather. It helps when my words go all the way through. I mean, looking at the performance that we've also had from IKURD so far, it is quite surprising, taking into account that in the previous season and league stage, they were able to secure themselves a 3rd place overall with 7 winner chicken dinners, the 2nd highest chicken dinner count. So I want to see that IKURD team, right? I want to see them. So maybe it's just going to take a little bit of time for them to really find that click yet again, find that synergy. But of course, well, we'll find out soon enough. Speaking of which, we are going to be taking a quick break, so be sure not to go anywhere. We'll be right back.
اللعب سموكر جوه سمير من يلتحق الى الزون حاليا
حاليا يلعب سطال على الثريا موجودة وراح بارتنر موجودة على تراجرات واحد هنا موجود معنا لاعب سولا من النصري برستيج باستقبال اللاعب سموكر برستيج بضغط النقطة يا ولد يا برس اخذ النهاية اخذ البوينتي اخذ الجائزة الكبيرة.
All right, here we go, getting ready to hop into the action, of course, for map number 3. We are going to be heading straight over, back into Miramar to see what our teams are going to be bringing to the battlefield, of course. Also curious to see who's going to be the one to step up and lock in that winner chicken dinner. As we know, well, of course, we've seen a few players come through. NIGMA securing themselves that first winner chicken dinner of the day. So setting the bar right there, right? I won't say necessarily setting the bar high, but definitely setting the bar. So curious to see if they are going to be able to get that opportunity yet again to play for that winner chicken. Then, of course, as we know, they are going to be out on the battlefield. Now, with match number 3, Group C, are going to be sitting this one out. So that includes players from IKURD, NASR, ONYX Ravens, as well as Team FALCONS. And, of course, we'll have the addition of the ARB champions as well as the players from CONQUEROR Iraq. Then, of course, R8 as joining us alongside the players from Vision. Now, looking at what we could potentially be expecting to see come through from the teams as they are going to be venturing on forward. Of course, out of the teams that are joining us on the battlefield, we do have a few interesting stats here. I mean, R8 definitely going to be our second highest performing team when it comes to the map of Miramar, being able to secure themselves a grand total of 59 eliminations, taking the lead with regards to the aggression. That, of course, why we also had them in that quick trader that we were watching as well, right? So I want to see R8 looking to contest the side there of GEEKAY for that winner chicken dinner. NIGMA also going to be in the running for it, sitting on a very similar point with regards to GEEKAY. So I think essentially it could come down to our top 3, but also make it the top 4 with regards to Miramar. Can add RTG into the mix. Looking at the consistency that we've been seeing come through from the side of RTG, that could definitely be an option here for them. Of course, looking at RTG's performance so far for the day, only finding themselves a grand total of 8 points. So not necessarily the 100th run that we've seen, but, it's still early. There's still a lot that can come through as we are getting ourselves closer and closer to jump into the action. So if you have any particular predictions as to what you think the outcome of this match is going to be sure to let me know in the chat. Tell me where do you think the flight path and everything else is going to be going as we are making our way into game number 3 to see exactly what the action is going to be bringing through. This could also be a potential run coming through from the Brute Force squad. I mean, they came pretty close in match number 1. Right, to get themselves at essentially going out in second place with 6 eliminations. So let's see if they are going to be able to maybe improve and walk away with a winner chicken dinner. Of course, only time will tell, but we are looking at a nice flight path coming through towards the southwestern side of the zone. Starting over at that Monte Nuevo position, heading down in towards Puerto Pareso. So are we going to be seeing a complementary flight path to accompany this? Or company zone, complementary zone rather, not flight path. But will it be complementary, or is it going to throw a little bit of a spanner in the works? Maybe moving all the way up north. I think also a very southern flight path at this point could also play quite a major upset. So let's see where the zone is going to be taking us, as we do have the Gangsters and CONQUEROR heading up in towards Valle del Mar. A southern zone it is, but it's centered up onto Chumacera. So again, not the craziest upset that it could have been, but definitely an upset potentially nonetheless. So now I'm just going to be looking to figure out where exactly the ARB champions went. Ooh, alright, so they've taken a position over towards Los Leones. If I'm not mistaken, they maybe sometimes go a little bit more towards Chumacera. So, you know, we'll take the change though. I mean, might as well keep the opponents on their toes. The triple also going for the usual drop up in towards Puerto. Vision going for Impala, but they are going to get contested. You can see Quest also now just holding in the vicinity. KR opting for a little bit of a wider spread in the early stage of the game. W7 going to be making a play either for Greater Fields or La Cobreria. Brute Force, well, they ain't going to move as they go for the usual location up into Pozo. Let's see, Quest now exploring. They're starting to push in the direction of potentially Junkyard, maybe Minas Generales. Let's see where they decide to rotate in towards. Was Alhaji now ready for action as that wing has kicked up. Yeah, you always gotta ensure that you hit the times twice fast forward on live to ensure that you are right on time with exactly what is happening right here. Right, so you don't miss out on a single thing. We've had a few viewers in the past commenting on something that is 2 minutes behind. So always ensure that you've got everything as up to date as you can get it. In the meanwhile, it's going to be triple now making their way through. Looking to go through their looting phase. So we're not necessarily going to be seeing any major crazy upsets coming through at this stage. Of course, it's all going to be reliant on how these teams look to play out their strategies. Speaking about strategies though, CONQUEROR taking an interesting spread. Rotating all the way down towards Los Higos. It's a very southern start. Well, in a zone like this, can't really fault any of those plays to come through. Curious to see what the rotation for W7 is going to hold, as well as the Brute Force squad here. Been loving the momentum they've been looking to build over these past 2 days. Slowly, steadily climbing their way up the board. So far, sitting as the top performing team for the day so far. Grand total of 30 points that they've been able to acquire. As you can see at the top of the screen, that has also resulted in them finding themselves in pole position in the overall rankings. At least for this phase, right? But also the increase in points does see Brute Force then finding themselves up in the top 12 of the overall, the main rankings. So gotta love this for the teams. Showing that it ain't over until it is officially over. NIGMA now going to come rotating through on that eastern side. Are they going to play for Chumacera? Are they going to play for the hills? Or are they instead going to look to get themselves situated right in the crossway there? R8 also slowly trickling through San Martin. So, we've already seen Ragnarok get themselves perched up into Power Grid. So again, a nice bit of an anchor point being secured there. As you could maybe see a few teams starting to rotate up in that general area. Slime Machine also now just looking to get themselves disengaged from Los Leones, who I'm hoping for a bit of Chumacera action. Let's see whether or not that is going to be the game. Oh, Lord, out in the open. And just a lot of movement coming through. everyone just going to be looking to get themselves situated, get themselves into position. Come on. Lord now just showing that trigger discipline. Trying to see if they can get a lay of the land. Figure out where the rest of that slime machine rotation is. We've not yet had a single hit being played. Not just yet, right? We do, however, have Brute Force, NEXX, and of course the side of GEEKAY creeping in on each other. Just on the outskirts there of Ladriera. Maybe that could result in a bit of a sweaty Chumacera play. Who knows? But KR also going to be venturing forth. So let's see now. Gangsters down on the southern edge. Triple, of course, just to the south of their position. NIGMA holding over to the east. But comes in mud now. Talking about their business. Again, all the teams just trickling in. No major upsets being played just yet. But of course, that is just a ticking time bomb. As you can see, the team starting to converge into center zone. It looks like that is the play of the day. Who wants to be situated on the edge? Where instead you could be just rushing straight up into Chumacera and the surrounding area. I mean, R8 also getting ready to join the party here. You can see Slime Machine and ooh, a Western shift. Now it's going to be a race for for that Western cliff that you can see just alongside Ladriera. Moving from the north, almost all the way down to Valle del Mar. Yep, and almost in an instant, all the teams mobilized themselves. You can see everybody starting to move. As they've all just been sitting here waiting to see where this next zone is going to be taking them. Well, we saw what the result of that is. Quest also now starting to backtrack all the way on that CONQUEROR. They're starting to backtrack all the way on that southern edge. They were heading to the east, but now they turn around. Meanwhile, it's going to be Brute Force and GEEKAY hopping right to it. So the Broody Fruities going to be looking to capitalize on a bit of an opportunity here. But again, not looking to overextend, not looking to get overconfident, but they do find the opportunity onto his Threezars. Oh, NEXX now. Feeling that heat getting dialed up. Finding themselves smack dab center zone. Seems like W7 and Triple are going to be the teams to contest for that Western Ridge. Alright, now Santa. Let's see if Santa's got a bag of goodies at the ready. We do have our son down the hill. Ooh, this could be a play. Of course, the predictions coming through. Brute Force, NIGMA, Gangsters. That is going to be the call. So KR taking that initial push, but of course then pulling it to a bit of a halt there. Crazy now, just sliding down the cliff. Ooh, this could be a great play now going through from the side there of Triple. Seems like W7 is the team who gets that beautiful gorge now under lockdown. CONQUEROR, Triple having to settle the differences here. Not necessarily getting the location they would have hoped. As we do try and catch up to the plane, as the blue zone is going to be closing through. Easy, the only player up north that is yet to find themselves situated. Down south, you can see everyone essentially being positioned. QTEL also still having to get their butts out of the blue juice. But of course, now the zone is going to be pulling a little bit further up towards GEEKAY. And again, right, such a glorious area to be playing through. All the mountains, the hills, the valleys, everything now about to get capitalized upon. W7 not having to rotate too far to get themselves into this next play, but now Triple and Quest, CONQUEROR, they're down on that southwestern side. Going to be looking to step it up. NIGMA and ARB champions as well. Now everything's starting to boil over. As you can see, Quest, KR, both squads getting a knock. Quest now getting lit on fire here as the shots continue to rain on down. Up comes the spray as Fidan finds KR Ali. NIGMA trying to hold nice and steady. Figure out how KR are going to be looking to contest this. We do see Hassan holding a beautiful overwatch angle, so that could definitely play in their favor. But a lot of hard work now needs to come through here from Salom and Besikta. But again, they need to be diligent. Can't look to get uneasy. They need to maintain that focus. A little bit of a standoff coming through here as well. ARB though, really getting put through the ringer as they've started to rotate up, but of course finding a bit of retaliation onto the side of NIGMA. This now happening down on that southeastern side. As you can see, the feet now starting to light up. But who's going to be the team to fall? Is it going to be ARB? Is it going to be the side of NIGMA? But meanwhile, KR, Quest, now finding themselves in a bit of a stalemate. Oh, we do transition right into that fight. NIGMA down to Lord. So far, things are looking pretty tough. Up comes Ricard looking to go for the 1v1, the DBS, but there we go. Lord stops them in their tracks. NIGMA now sitting on a glorious 4 eliminations. But Lord not exactly out of the woods, as we do see Slime Machine now looking to capitalize for a bit of a third-party play. Lord still stuck out in the blue. It is going to be KR and Quest now getting down to business. Salom, the final player left on the front line. Still have Hassan holding on high. But will they be able to convert the situation in their favor? Quest now bringing themselves back into contention. Hassan starting to move on up. Oh, but the shot is there. Salom gets the shot. Gets the angle. Could this be the turning point? Could we see KR get the jump in on Quest? Oh, Fidan, up they come, looking to play the upset. Salom also taking quite a bit of a beating. You see Lord down over in the bottom right corner. Trying now to heal the blue zone, but things are not looking good. Salom trying to do the same. But they have the entirety of Quest, or remainder of Quest now, looking to contest for this compound. Both squads yet to rotate forward. The zone has shifted on back. 2v1. Oh, one down. Come on, one more to go. Will Salom get it? No! Easy. Stops them in their tracks. And that is it. Very valiant effort being played there by KR, but unfortunately not a single point going to be locked in for them. Oh, Lord also finding themselves in a very unfortunate position as the blue zone gets the upper hand. Gets the better of them. Slime Machine now having full control of that southeastern side of zone. Meanwhile, Triple trying to wrap their way around a little bit of that gangster action. Yet to find eliminations, but spots the opportunity. Bandar Dam now getting ready for the push. Oh, Kevin Jafar, good defensive angles being held here. Not going to be enough to deter the side of Triple though. Oh, come on. They could still clutch it. Result, damn, keeping nice and steady. Fortunately for them, Jafar not being able to get the hits past the tire. And with that, the Gangsters will fall to the hand of Triple. Now, RTG getting contested as Quest comes flying on in, but unfortunately down goes Easy. And And it's now solely reliant on Fidan to keep the name up, but the sprays continue to fly. RPG not going to be stopping there just yet. Of course, now having to change the mags. Oh, and there we go. There we go. It is going to be Quest getting taken out in 12th place. 4 elims up, though. A very sweaty play indeed. Now, Slime Machine looking to capitalize, as they are yet to make their way into this next zone. But the elevation could be their friend. As you can see, RTG now kind of bins it down below. Not the most comfortable position to find yourself in. But let's see what Slime Machine will make of it. So you got Fashe, Attacker, and Steezy now on the approach. 13 opting for much southern rotation. Much more southern rotation, rather. It doesn't seem like Slime Machine are, well, too concerned with getting the jump in on RTG. Instead, they're going to be waiting for that zone to pop. Triple holding on to the south vision. Oof. Yep, they got a nice position to play from there. Brute Force, though, finding themselves quite blessed with what the zone has presented. GEEKAY on the opposite end of the valley, holding on to that church. Oh, but look at Conqueror up north. It is going to be the side of Triple now. Twisted, rather. Pushing in. Up comes Crypto. Evo Station and the rest. Knocking on the door, demanding results. Also, quick response coming through as well. W7 looking to play from the opposite end. Tiger now getting caught in the middle here, looking for a bit of an opportunity, a little bit of that continuation. But is it going to be a fruitful play? Instead, the push is there. Now, Tiger looking to see if they can maybe find a bit of an angle. Yakuza just up ahead. It's all going to come down to timing. All going to come down to patience. Yowes up north looking to dodge the shots come through from Bandar. Triple trying to climb their way up the hillside. Good effort being brought through. Triple definitely keeping their eyes on the prize, right? They want to contest. They want to rush. Still, doesn't seem to be all that easy. Triple though already with those 2 eliminations up. Vision on the other hand also then going to be sitting on 2. So a very balanced approach. Oh, but damn, gonna get hit. Zaif secures the spray. Imad could be the next one to find themselves in quite a bit of a problematic position. We are, however, going to say goodbye to CONQUEROR Iraq. Unfortunately, not a single point to their name. Oh, next, now rushing in on W7. Hero going to try and save the day, but unfortunately, they are going to be denied that eventuality. Yakuza trying to strafe their way on through, but they too shall fall. Next X now building up quite a bit of play here. It is all going to come down to Waleed and Dika. But here we go, the push. Not going to go as far as you would expect. W7 now just trying to keep a little bit more in the tank. But up comes R8, Ragnarok jumping at the opportunity. Dika sliding down the hillside. Oh! Was that a vehicle finish? Not exactly. There was their own teammate. But up comes your way as they do find the nade. As Bandar does fall victim to the nade. R8 holding steady though. Up north. Oh, there we go. 1 down, 1 more to go. W7 now in a world of trouble. Fortunately for them, we do have Vision Tampok coming through from the opposite end. So it allows for a bit of a breathing opportunity now for Waleed. Mexico, the meanwhile, not going to be stopping just yet. As Next X continue to rain down with the utility Prestige Ida. Escaton on the approach, looking to fortify. I don't know, trying to quickly just reposition themselves. Prioritizing that zone advantage. Well, he can sense the noise, right? They can obviously hear it too, but not getting as clear line of sight as they would have hoped. Not quite sure how Waleed is going to be able to get themselves out of that position, but we'll find out soon enough. Meanwhile, R8, yep, they are just going to be falling back onto Prestige to continue with the onslaught, moving through from the northern side. Meanwhile, it is now up to Triple and Vision on the southern edge. Up comes Saif. Ooh, again, a very risky angle to play. Both teams being quite susceptible to those headshots at this point. Oh, come on. Who's going to get it, though? Oh, and Mud gets it in. Scarl. But is it going to be short-lived as Yawez comes pushing through? Yes, indeed it is. W7 also then getting close on through. Out they go in 9th. Vision now going to be applying even more pressure. They can see the side of Triple just up ahead, but it is going to be a result dipping down the hill. Twisted Minds also getting closed off in 8th place. Yahweh is now just cleaning up. Vision already up on 5 eliminations. Oh, but up comes the rush. Sly, a machine. Down to 1. GEEKAY knocking on the door, still holding nice and steady. Unfortunately, Fashe has to make all of this now work. Oh, but GEEKAY, hope is going to stop it right there. Sly Machine out in 7th. Only 5 eliminations up. Still valiant effort. 6 points in total. R8 now going to be looking to play a little bit of third party here. GEEKAY feeling a little bit wounded. A little bit battered. See, R8 still in some pretty good standing here. The only 2 teams left with a full squad now going toe-to-toe to settle the position towards the northern edge of that zone. Also waiting in anticipation to see where the next zone is going to be, forcing these players to rotate towards. But up comes Esketon looking for the breach. We do have Ragnar just waiting in. Oh, the hit is there though. Ragnarok takes down Ragnar. What a play though. Been waiting so long to see Ragnar and Ragnarok get into a fight. It only took a few months, but you know what? It was worth the wait. Here we go as GEEKAY is now down to hope. Oh, beautiful retaliation. Quick action. But will Hope be able to hold on? As it is going to be the rest of R8 now looking to contest. The rush is there. Utility getting dispersed. This is them now prepping for the rush. Oh, Hope. Oh! Yep, down they go. Beautiful play though. Nadine getting rushed. Ew, Control Alt Delete. Ragnar on an absolute rampage. Or Ragnarok, in fact. Let me be more precise. As Ragnarok took down Ragnar, as we saw. But what a play now. Triple down to result. All things considered though, I mean, Result could still get themselves up into zone. Being down in that valley, all the teams are up at the top. And that could be exactly what Result now needs to get themselves into this next phase. R8 going to start to climb the hill. Unfortunately, that smoke not going to work out in favor of Result, but it is going to be Brute Force though. Pushing forward onto Vision. Ooh. Down to the final 3 we go. It is going to be a 4v3v3. ESPORTS will not make it beyond that 4th place finish, but still quite a bit of effort being brought in. Walking away with a healthy dose of points. Now it is going to be Vision, Brute Force, and R8. Brute Force looking to replicate their efforts from the first 2 matches. Already playing a much stronger game here this time around. The Brute Force team has now made it beyond the top 4, holding on to top 3. As we know, top 3 being worth a little bit more points. I mean, sure, Brute Force got taken out in 2nd place, but this time around, they are going to be opting for that winner chicken dinner. R8 going to be playing exactly the same game at this point. Oh, but the spray is continuing to come through. Nothing being decided just yet. It's still going to come down to how these teams are going to be utilizing the terrain, the available numbers. As you can see, R8 going absolutely rampant already. 11 eliminations now with the head up onto its 8-0. This does really impact the overall performance. Oh, there we go. Vision gonna be looking to play a little bit of upset. They do find Ida. SKTon still holding steady, but of course Prestige still all the way to the west. Down goes Brute Force. We are left with the final 2 teams. It is going to be R8 and Vision to duke it out for the winner chicken dinner. Prestige now going to have a bit of an uphill battle, but they do spot the opportunity up onto Volt. Ragnarok follows through, gets the confirmation. Tapok and Yawez now having to hold nice and steady. Two v4 for the final play. 1v4 now. Already 13 eliminations up for the side of R8. Are they going to look to make it 15? Well, the answer is yes. Not losing a single player, holding on till the end. R8 going absolutely rampant, securing themselves a phenomenal winner chicken dinner. Adding a healthy dose of points to the mix as well. What a play, what a play, what a play. Absolutely exciting day that we've had so far. I mean, so many teams just stepping it up across the board. I mean, a great increase in performance coming through from the side of the Broody Fruities, Brute Force, but R8, a very well-deserved victory there. I mean, they were able to hold on to all 4 players to the very, very end. I mean, it's just tough to beat, right? It is so tough to beat, but a big congratulations going out to them indeed. Of course, well, we are going to be taking a look at those boards pretty soon, but wow. I mean, the overall performance from R8, I mean, Miramar has just been one of their favorites, right? They were, of course, in the runnings up against the side of GEEKAY, NIGMA, as well as RTG. But a phenomenal day, phenomenal play from the side of R8 to get that winner chicken dinner. Oh, gotta love it. Gotta love it. But of course, well, as we know, we are going to be jumping into those leaderboards pretty soon to see exactly what these teams are going to be bringing through. And of course, as we know, this was not the last Miramar for R8, right? They are still going to be playing all the way to the very end, all the way up to match number 5. So, yeah, they've been having a glorious day so far when it comes to the Miramar heavy day. But of course, well, we're also going to be venturing in to see exactly how many points the rest of the teams were able to secure. As we saw, R8 picking up a phenomenal 15 eliminations. That is going to be a very healthy dose, a healthy serving of points getting sent their way. But yeah, let's see what exactly the point situation looks like as we are going to be hopping straight into that. It is going to be 25 points being a result of that chicken dinner as well. Of course, Vision coming through with a lovely 8 eliminations alongside that 2nd place finish to result in 14 glorious points. Broody Fruities and GEEKAY just trading around with the points. Both teams walking away with 8 points under their belts. And of course, well, 6 getting distributed to both Slime Machine and Twisted Minds. Next X also upping the ante, as we can see there, walking away in that 8th position. But of course, as we continue upwards and onwards, it is going to be 4 teams this time around unfortunately not finding themselves in placement point territory or even elimination territory, as W7 CONQUEROR Iraq GANGSTERS as well as KR look, they're sent back to our lovely, lovely donut shop. Well, it is what it is. At the end of the day, of course, take a look at the damage v elimination breakdown. You can see Vision, R8, both teams doing so much work, just locking in an insane amount of damage. Fortunately for the side of R8, they were able to convert 7 more eliminations out of nearly the exact same amount of damage being dealt. But again, such an exciting zone shift that we had coming through on towards the southwestern side of the zone. Anything close to Chumacera and further down south always results in so much carnage. Ooh. I mean, GEEKAY also putting in a very, very strong effort, as we saw all 5 of those eliminations finding its way on in. Having to settle for 5th place, though, I mean, it's not going to be the worst one, but that, for me, was the best play, right? Ragnarok and Ragnar. Man, I've been waiting months to see that happen. And eventually, it came to fruition. We had the play happen right here on screen. So a very happy day over in DK land. Of course, I also think a very happy day over in R8 land, right? Adding yet another winner chicken dinner to the board. That, of course, being their second chicken dinner on the map of Miramar so far for the season. Ragnar just leading by example. They're coming through with 8 eliminations, over 1,000 damage. Prestige also then securing that nade, that utility finish. Steezy with quite a bit of a range hit. I mean, 357, very, very impressive. And then, of course, Shaco coming through to, hold strong for the name of CONQUEROR Iraq. You see them with nearly a 12-kilometer distance traveled in this past match. So very impressive stats coming through here. But, of course, well, we need to see how all of this impacts our overall leaderboards. Where teams find themselves with regards to those points. R8 now just scooting their way on through, as we can see an absolutely insane play. I mean, this is, their performances so far to date, right? 15 eliminations, 14 eliminations, adding up to a grand total of 29. Very, very comfortable day so far, indeed. If you got to say, the 14 elimination match being one that is with a little bit more aggression, as you can see, 29-55 versus the 27-59. So, only 204 points difference on that. But again, no vast, drastic difference indeed. R8 having a phenomenal play here. So, got to commend R8. It is looking pretty good. 29 eliminations is going to be the bar set for today. But, of course, that adds to the tally, putting the players from R8 up to a grand total of 47 eliminations. And, of course, the only team so far in this phase to secure 2 winner chicken dinners. So, what a great day, right? Absolutely exciting. But of course, now as we venture over into the overall standings, that is where the 47 eliminations get added on top of the 34 placement points for a grand total of 81. And of course, you can see those 2 winner chicken dinners. That only off the back of 6 matches, right? Very impressive to see that happen. Of course, Brute Force also then securing themselves up into second as R8 has overtaken them. But if we take a look down a little bit further the board, of course, we do see CONQUEROR still holding quite steady where they are. ARB also not moving. Next X, though, moving up into 13th position. Same can be said for GEEKAY, moving up into that 11th slot. So a little bit of movement, right? A little bit of action taking place here on the second page. And, well, it's not going to be stopping as we head over onto the third page. E-SPORTS just hopping 1 slot ahead of KR. So the action continues to be part of the story here today. But let's see, of course, how it is all going to unfold as we are getting ourselves ready to now move over into match number 4. It is going to be straight over onto Erangel, of course, the bread and butter of PUBG. As we know, Game 4 is going to be the last opportunity for the players in Group A, rather. This is their last match. So GANGSTERS, GEEKAY, Next X, and Quest, well, they need to lock it down. And as a result of that, Brute Force, KR, NIGMA, and Twisted are going to be sitting out on Erangel, but they'll be back once we venture into a little bit of that Miramar action for the final match of the day. So I think it is all going to come down to that this last performance to see where exactly the Gangsters can get themselves, right? Because looking at Gangsters, they've only been able to secure themselves 5 points so far for the day. So definitely they could do with a little bit of a boost. I mean, yes, they're not in the worst position on the leaderboard, holding on to 10th place after this last match. So I'm curious to see where they are going to be looking to push it towards, right? Are they going to try and climb a little bit further up, maybe secure themselves a bit of a higher position? Who knows? GEEKAY also, I mean, they don't need much of an introduction. Sitting on 11 points in total so far for the day. Finding themselves in 11th place as well. It's like they're sharing the position, you know, with the Gangsters. So it's all going to come down to this last match. I mean, next X, we've been seeing that gradual improvement. Also, they're going to be holding on to 13th. So, also want to see those last few efforts come through here today. I mean, Quest, they've been having a phenomenal run, right? This phase so far being quite kind to them. But of course, well, let's find out whether or not Erangel is going to be kind to any of them. As we now get to see what the teams are going to be bringing in. Quest also only sitting on 15 points for the day. That, of course, then puts them in 6th place for their daily earnings. Let's see what the flight path is going to bring as it starts over on that southwestern side. As you can see just aside the military island. It's going to be heading up north. So this could be quite an exciting flight path. Let's figure out where exactly this is going to end. Ooh, alright. It's going to go in between shooting range and Severny. So if Brute Force were here, they would be smiling because it allows them to drop up into Severny. But of course, well, someone else now has the opportunity to take up that positioning. But let's see where all these teams are going to get themselves situated. Yeah, Team R8. I mean, they are doing quite a bit of work here today. You have to commend the efforts. It is looking phenomenal. Oh, Southern Zone. Southern Zone. We saw on Erangel Day, Day 4, for those of you who don't know. Day 4 is Erangel Day. No, we saw 3 Southern Zones. I mean, not a little bit more south than this one, but still. Oof. I can see everyone just getting you know, sighing. It's like, oh, here we go again. Having to move all the way down there. ARB, of course, they are going to be smiling because they don't have to move an inch. They can now just look to get themselves set up. But this is where I want to see what ARB are going to be doing, right? Are they going to be looking to play a bit of gatekeep on towards the bridge? Are they just going to hold their current positioning and wait to see if someone maybe ventures up to them? I mean, they're also yet to find a winner chicken dinner on Erangel, so maybe that could be on the cards for them. I mean, might as well go for it this match, right? Seeing that's the only Erangel of the day. Slime Machine, though, on the other hand, they need no introduction, already being able to secure themselves 2 winner chicken dinners. Also got to commend Triple here. I mean, they find themselves smack dab middle of the board when it comes to the Erangel performances. So I really appreciate that for them. I mean, you know, good work. Next X, they could definitely do with a bit of an increase in their Erangel performance. Currently sitting on 19 total points with 15 eliminations and only 4 placement points. Right. So, yeah, let's see if this is going to be that opportunity for them. Meanwhile, the Gangsters now looking to capitalize on the boatation, right? Get it while it's hot. Be playing for that southern edge of the military island. R8 going out of their way for eliminations today. Yeah, yeah. I mean, they've been working, right? They've been grinding so hard. I mean, looking at the eliminations, they are sitting on 29, so they're probably going to be looking to add quite a few more to the tally as well. Oh, here we go. Falcons and next. I think a big upset here for next. Why they might have a little bit of a tough time securing a good consistent play when it comes to Erangel. It might be due to the fact that they hunt drop into Yasnaya on top of the Falcons every time. You know, that could maybe have something to do with it. So maybe a little bit of a change up with regards to the start. Could be exactly what they need, but let's see. Oh, yeah, no, 3 Zos. About to get fixed out. Yep, there we go. That is NEXT, the first team down on a single point, nothing but air. Falcons, though, they're going to be smiling. They got 4 eliminations, right? Never alone. Picking up 3/4 of that. So what a nice way for Falcons. I mean, they're probably thanking NEXT as well. You know, thank you so much for coming. We appreciate the eliminations. But now IKURD could also still get a bit of a jump here onto the side of the Falcons. They are just towards the north. But IKURD already down to 3-piece. So I don't necessarily think that they are going to be feeling the urge to get the jump in. Especially, you know, take into consideration that the zone is also so far away. I think at this point, zone prioritization could maybe be the name of the game. Especially knowing what the blue zone does. So RTG seem to be looking to get themselves set up on that western bridge. Looking to play a bit of gatekeep. Slime Machine going to be opting for the eastern bridge. Difference being, though, that Slime Machine are on the military island themselves. So they are going to be waiting on the receiving end. Meanwhile, we will take a look at Vision as they got to jump in on IKURD. This is how they came to be just 3. Aram getting taken down by a little bit of that arm action as well. RTG on the other hand, as I was talking, of course, going to be holding on to the western bridge. But they are still situated on the main island, essentially holding on to center zone. So they'll be taking on any potential plays as the teams are still on their way to that bridge. But of course, it's all going to be reliant on where this next zone shift is going to be taking us, right? If it moves down south, that could be a very important position to play. W7 also going to come rotating on up. See them pulling through from the western side. But worry, not too far away. They might be opting for a little bit more of a Primorsk positioning here. You know, trying to suss out what this next zone is going to be bringing through. R8, they won't necessarily have that luxury as they will have to continue to move on forward. The blue zone is just tickling at their heels. Right, so if you have any predictions as to the outcome of this match, should let me know in the chat. Let's see, who do you think out of our 15 remaining teams is going to be the one to clutch up? Right, who's going to be the one to walk away with that winner chicken dinner? Do you think it's going to be RTG because they are smack dab center zone, holding on to a bit of a bridge camp position? Do you think it's going to be R8 because they've been dominating quite a bit today? Curious to hear your thoughts. Let me know in the chat. Of course, a beautiful look at the map there as well. There we go. This one has a few colors, and it's as we can see, our players now starting to move, starting to condense towards those bridges. Ooh, yeah, RTG now smack dab center zone. Now they get to leverage the bridge camp towards the teams on the military island themselves. Do see a little bit of action down south as well, with the gangsters and triple popping off a few hits. R8 though going to be pulling in from the north, moving up right behind RTG, and the rest now going to be holding on to sixes here, just on the eastern side. But W7 off to a little bit of a bumpy start, as you can see, while lead already getting brought to their knees. Here and the rest of the crew trying to play from within that hard cover. But again, it is going to prove to be quite a challenging play, especially going up against a team here like CONQUEROR Iraq. Also with the addition of Yakuza being a little bit more separated, I mean, you're going to have a lot of confidence to take on a position like that. Let's see if it is going to be a fruitful play. Because they're now just going to be falling back to safety. Looking to bring in as much fortification as they possibly can. Hopefully not getting too distracted by the fact that CONQUEROR Iraq is going to come rotating up alongside them as well. As you can see, Crazy there. But the smoke is going to be drawing quite a bit of attention. Oh, yeah. Crazy has spotted it. Crazy has spotted it. So CONQUEROR going for a little bit of a temporary setup there, just situated within the bowl. Ooh, but Triple and Sly all the way down on the military island now, having to cover quite a bit of ground still. The gangsters are just going to boatate back, right? They were all the way down to that far southern edge, and now they just start their botation, heading back to the dry land. Meanwhile, oh, Triple down to a two-piece. Slime Machine is now just slowly taking them apart. But Triple could maybe still clutch this one out, right? They still have two players up. All they got to do is try and get up ahead of Slime Machine and turn the tables on them. You can see Dam now making that dash. Meanwhile, it doesn't seem like Slime Machine are going to be all too phased, just casually enjoying their spoils. Meanwhile, they have to now rotate a little bit further as the zone continues to focus right onto that western bridge. So RTG going to be sitting quite happily as they again don't have to move an inch, but it is going to be becoming more difficult, more challenging to defend their current positioning. Meanwhile, Falcons, Vision, all now going to come strolling on up, looking for a bit of a position. But first they have to work their way through the side here of GEEKAY. Oh, look at this. NASR R8. Oy, spec though. Beautiful nade into Ida. Quickly converting that one over, getting the hit in onto Prestige as well. Now it's up to what is left of R8 to keep themselves in contention here. SKTon, Ragnarok having to decide, are they going to look to bounce back? Are they maybe just going to be holding? Because so far, NASR just dialing up the aggression here. Unfortunately, I mean, NASR only being able to convert one elimination out of that. The other head, of course, getting stolen. But, you know, it is what it is. R8 now having more serious things to worry about, right? They've got RTG knocking on the door, coming through from the southern edge. Sure, it's only Reva, but the rest of RTG is holding right behind them. You see NASR now just falling back a little bit, looking to get themselves spread out. Reassessing the situation here. But you've got to watch out for SKTon, as you can see a beautiful line of sight there. Now, Vision pushing through from the north. ONYX Ravens, again we see these two teams finding each other out on the battlefield. Oh, beautiful jump shot. Saif finds Saleh. But now is Saad also going to fall? Oh, no! Ari instead delivers the devastating blow. And with that, the ONYX Ravens now down to only one. Vision now being presented with a bit of an opportunity here, but the blue zone is going to make it quite challenging. R now looked like they were rotating away, but instead they just repositioned. But of course, you still got to watch out for those angles. You got W7 and Tapok hanging in the wing. So things might not be exactly as clear as you once thought they were. But now up north is going to be GEEKAY and FALCONS both rushing forward, trying to get themselves situated. But FALCONS now going to be feeding a lot more of the pressure here. As all now reliant on Salam to carry the Falcon name forward, managing to narrowly evade the inevitable on that one. But GEEKAY going to try and just expedite the whole situation. As you can see, Gaith now starting to advance, looking for a bit of an opportunity, a bit of reach. And here we go. GEEKAY also got to watch out for the Slime Machine squad. You can see and hear those shots flying all the way through. Now, Hope, Ragnar on the front line. Come on. Oh, yes. Effortless spray. Down goes Salam Bison. Bring in a beautiful contribution here for the carnage of GEEKAY. FALCONS though getting sent out with 6 eliminations to their name. So, glorious run. I mean, I'm pretty sure that they are not going to be all too upset. I mean, 6 points or 6 points. Doesn't taste as nice as chicken though, but you guess, I guess it is what it is. Meanwhile, there's going to be Slime Machine and IKURD now over on towards the eastern edge. We do have the players from Quest as well as Bandar. Just a little bit further down towards the southern side, also holding onto the shoreline. But now, Gaith not done just yet. Reminding Vision that they have to keep their eyes open. Saif, Volt, not trying to figure out what they gotta do. As if they move in here, of course, that does also put them in quite a bit of a vulnerable position. Oh, GEEKAY. Gaith trying to capitalize on exactly that. Meanwhile, the gangsters are gonna rush on forward, finding the remainder of R8. And with that, sealing their fate in 14th. GEEKAY now still looking to see if they can find a way to push through here. I mean, Gaith has fallen out in the blue. So it's up to Ragnar and Hope now to see what the rest of this map will hold for them. Vision also down to 2-piece, so it is very even footing on either side here, right? Between Vision and GEEKAY. Slime Machine, though, been caught in a very tough spot, as we can see over on the side. Down to 1 they go. 3 of their players just getting knocked out and absolutely obliterated. Meanwhile, ARB going to be looking to regain a little bit of ground here. Pushing forward onto RTG. Oh, such a phenomenal play coming through from the gangsters. Making it look so effortless as they move into R8 there. Let's see if ARB can do the same here onto RTG. Oh, there we go. Ricard is down. Smoker is down. Hey, Tok finds the hit. Picking up the knock on Rio, but Kalaga not going to be letting that one slide for free. Fishing for a little of the damage. Hit markers, listening to all the audio cues. Zakaria though, I mean, who needs audio cues if you can just drive through with your with your vehicle? I mean, oh, quick spray going through here from Hope as well. I mean, that UAZ just working out so great there for Zakaria. Meanwhile, let's see what the rest of GEEKAY are going to be doing here. Ragnar, Hope, holding nice and steady. Don't have Ragnarok here, but that would have been exciting yet again. In the meanwhile, let's see what PlayQuest is going to be looking to make. You got them on that far eastern side. Vision down to Volt. Having very limited options with regards to positioning. Also, then rotations is going to be pretty dang tough, right? We got Steezy and Golden hanging over on towards that eastern side. We got Clever from NASR just a little bit further down south. GEEKAY on the approach from the north. R is going to be the last hopeful for ONYX Ravens, but RTG now having to really condense their positioning here yet again, as Riva, Kalaga, and the rest now needs to get themselves back towards Zakaria. But again, Gangsters right there alongside them, so you got to watch out. Oh, nice rush. Nice rush. GEEKAY going for gold as they push straight on in. They do secure themselves a little bit of a compound here, but up comes Hero looking to play the upset. Oh, this could be devastating. This could be absolutely devastating. Oh, easy though. Gets the job secured, and that is going to be the end of the road. Now, Gangsters on the approach. I see them starting to get a little bit more activated at this point, right? I can see where they can jump, where they can bounce. CONQUEROR also going to be looking for a little bit of ground. Oh, Sanhok though, firing off those warning shots. Trying to keep the side of CONQUEROR at bay. But again now, right, still a very steady position. Neither of these two teams really having to make much of a push. I mean, NASR, CONQUEROR, very comfortable, at least for the time being, but we are going to be waiting for that next zone to be revealed. You can appreciate the preemptive plays coming through here. So this being match number 4, we do have the participants from Group B taking a bit of a break. They will be joining us back in the final match. So Group B consists of Brute Force, KR, NIGMA, and Twisted. They'll be back in match number 5. Well, this is the last match for the participants of Group A. Right, Gangsters, GEEKAY, Next, X, and Quest. And that is why we see the players here from Quest working so hard already with those 5 eliminations secured. Be done very isolated is unfortunately, I don't think, gonna get rezzed up by the rest of the crew. This opens up a whole different can of worms. Skante is gonna roll on in. Oh, they're gonna go for Fidan. No, that could be a very costly decision. Ah, just narrowly making it. Wow, I mean, I'm pretty sure that Kante is now just absolutely flowing with adrenaline. In the meanwhile, we do say goodbye to the Slime Machine crew as they go out with 5 elims. Down to the final 8 teams we go. Alhaji, oh, not exactly having a great time pushing forward. Yeah, a very risky position to rotate into. I sincerely hope that Easy is not going to attempt the exact same play. Well, they are indeed doing exactly that. Yeah, you gotta watch out. Yep, no, Easy. About to get hit by Golden. A great position to hold though. Triple, meanwhile, will get sent away. 8th place it is. Up comes Golden. This could be that opportunity. Maybe to secure a few more additional points for IKURD. I mean, already they've been doing quite a bit of work, right? 4 eliminations up. There we go, Vision getting closed off. It is going to be 7th. A healthy dose of eliminations accompanying them back into that lobby. Also with the addition of a few placement points, right? Oh, Almost thought this was IKURD sending the utilities out, but instead it is going to be CONQUEROR. Very well aware of Golden's position. See a very quick response coming through from their end. They know what danger this poses to their current positioning, especially looking at the fact that they are just held up in one little shack, right? Not the easiest position to defend. But I like the preemptive positional defense. Again, West now trying to sneak their way out. Is GANGSTERS gonna play onto Golden? Could be. Could be. And you're still gonna be quite wary of the sprays coming through from the NASR side. But now, Kalaga gathering a little bit of information, trying to figure out exactly how they are gonna push through this position as the GANGSTERS are sitting quite comfortable. Both teams still rocking a full squad alongside players from CONQUEROR Iraq, who we see now all the way up on the western edge, knocking on that NASR door. NASR not done just yet. Ooh, nice nade getting sent out. Unfortunately, not finding much success onto with Shaco, but instead, oh, the rush is in. That is Shaco. Clutching it up. Down they go. Beautiful play. NASR will fall next now. Auntie G feeling charged up as they get ready to breach onto the GANGSTERS. It is going to be a little bit of a back and forth with the utility. Both sides looking to get a fair trade. Oh, Golden does find feet done. Quest down to the last remaining hopeful. No, down goes IKURD instead. I mean, what? Easy. That is just an absolute upset. I mean, IKURD and Quest taking each other out. Utility is getting set off in both directions. Now it is going to be RTG and the GANGSTERS getting ready for a bit of an opportunity here. Hey, buddy, and the rest of the crew now having to defend. It is going to be CONQUEROR Iraq knocking on the door. The final three squads all left with a full piece. Oh, Galaga is the first one down. There's still some coming back from this. I don't even think these teams are going to wait for the next zone to be revealed. Instead, they are going to be looking to push it. Riva still needs to get themselves into the zone, as you can see on that far southern edge. But here we go. CONQUEROR Iraq now. Playing a very strategic approach. Are going to be looking to just time their assault down to the absolute perfect moment. Let's see, the GANGSTERS, I mean, a little bit hesitant, right? Not knowing exactly how to get themselves out of this situation. But here's the final play for both IKURD and Quest. Oh, amazing. But let's see now. RTG, GANGSTERS, they're going to have to move because the blue zone is closing, or about to start closing up. Neither of them have a secured position within the zone. And now we can see the absolute bloodshed coming through here. And it's only going to get more crazy from this point. As CONQUEROR Iraq take up their position as well. They want to get their share of the carnage. CONQUEROR, GANGSTERS, both teams sitting on only 2 eliminations. RTG leading with those 7 elims up. But here comes the push now. RTG getting a little bit restless. They want to push. Oh, a buddy is down. That could be the opening now for RTG to breach, and that is exactly what they do. GANGSTERS down to Kevin and Walsh. Ooh, but now the full send is there. It's still a heavy defensive position being held. Kevin goes down and up goes the vehicle in flames, and that engulfs the entirety of the GANGSTERS. RTG and Quest. RTG and CONQUEROR, though, rather, having to fight it out for the final chicken here. final Erangel chicken available today. Still a good swing in anyone's favor here, but RTG are going to be having a little bit more of a tough time, seeing that they are down to a potential 2-piece. The blue zone is going to be closing through. This is the 9th phase. RTG have no way out. Oh, up comes the final hit. Shaco not going to be settling for that. They want those eliminations, and they get them. Conqueror Iraq stepping up. Absolutely insane performance. Such a confident push coming through from them. You gotta commend the effort. Absolutely stand-up job. Not having the craziest share of eliminations, but still a very hard-earned winner chicken dinner coming their way. What a strong effort. I mean, gotta love it though. Conqueror Iraq really rising to the occasion. And I mean, this is very satisfying to see this kind of play come through from the side of Conqueror Iraq. Because, I mean, their overall performance, when it comes to Erangel, it wasn't all that hard, right? I mean, sure, they've been able to secure themselves a few points along the board. But who would have thought, right, that they were going to play a match like this? Absolutely beautiful, beautiful setup that we saw coming through here. But I mean, the day has been absolutely filled with that, right? We've been seeing surprises upon surprises upon surprises making their way out onto the battlefield. And of course, well, very, very happy to see all this insane action. But of course, with that, we're going to be taking a quick break, right? So be sure to stay tuned and we'll be with you in a short few moments.
عبودي كشف ليفو بهذه اللحظة أمام ديكا انهى ديكا ودك حصون الكراش جيمنج ثامن اقصاء يا تامي سجل عدك نحتاج الى ظهور عالي. هنا الاعاده بالاعاده افاده. هنا الافاده كل الافاده تاتي عن طريق كريزي. والله كرد بدفاعات رائعه جدا وعالي يقصى. هنا مي عبودي كشف ليفو بهذه اللحظه امام قبل ديكا انهى ديكا. مباراه 600 اول لاعب وها هي اعاده الريبا الذي ابدع بهذا الفايت امام نيفرلون. كانت عندنا نظره من نيفرلون لكن الان من منظور الريبا الذي ضغط هنا لا ريت هنا متواجدين قلعوا دمج عالي على اللاعب الاول. الله يا ليفو دمين ياخذ داون على اللاعب الاول والثاني يكنسب توسبايز ضغط عالي يا دامي هات لك توسبايز.
Well, there we go, getting ready to hop straight on in. Probably helps if I don't play ventriloquist, right? But yeah, we are going to be getting ready to hop straight into the action for final match of the day. Of course, we are going to be heading right back to Miramar. See what our teams are going to be bringing in. But of course, before we get there, we are going to be taking a look at the leaderboards to see how many points our respective teams were able to secure in this last match. So as we already saw, RTG, they had an absolutely phenomenal run. Not exactly securing themselves that winner chicken dinner, but, well, getting chicken dinner worthy points, right? Insane eliminations getting brought through. Conqueror Iraq, though, insane performance on their end. Very well-deserved chicken dinner. 15 points is going to go their way. You see the players then from Quest and IKURD picking up those double digits. And, of course, ONYX, Ravens, R8, and NXX taking a quick stop over at our lovely, well-catered donut shop. But here we go. It is going to be GEEKAY. Oh, with a few surprising plays. I mean, I got to say, though, the best one that we've seen so far was definitely that nade, right? From IKURD and Quest. I'm pretty sure it's going to make it up into replay. That is the best way I've seen two teams take each other out. But look at the spot, though. I mean, GEEKAY, right? They moved into that little shack, right? Did you see the amount of spray heading in that direction? Man, that was pretty hard. Oh, is this going to be the one? No, but it's coming up. This is it. Bam, bam, boom, boom. Thank you so much for coming. So IKURD and Quest taking each other out. I mean, that is just absolutely insane. But if you're just joining us in the chat, hello and welcome. Wassalamu alaikum. This is the end of the match. Yeah. Conqueror Iraq stepping on through, getting themselves a phenomenal hard-earned Winner Chicken Dinner, adding on to the tally with those eliminations as well. Of course, you can see RTG. I mean, they've been working so hard. 2,157 damage, right? Insane. 10 eliminations coming through out of that. But IKURD, well, they walk away with a very impressive damage counter. 11111. I mean, they were the one, right, with 7 eliminations. So what a performance. Strongest conversion rate coming through on that end. Amazing stuff that we've seen yet again. I mean, RTG, we did see in the chat earlier someone saying that RTG essentially out to obliterate everybody. Yes, I think that is a very accurate statement. I mean, it is pretty evident looking at the amount of damage that they've been doing across the board. You know, just such an exceptional day coming through from RTG. But we need to see all of that then being converted into some amazing results, right? But speaking about results, here we go. It is going to be leaderboard time as we hop in. It is R8 holding on to pole position with a glorious 81 pointers coming their way. Then the players there from the Broody Fruities secured on lovely 73 points. Again, no change in the top 3, of course, with a slight addition of points coming through, obviously. But we do see RTG then jumping up into 4th place. We got Vision all the way up as well. But as we move on to the 2nd page, Conqueror Iraq, well, hopping on a ladder and climbing their way all the way into that 12th position. IKURD also having a bit of a jump, right? 3 slots up into 15th. As a result, the rest of the teams got moved into different positions. Falcons, of course, not going to be moving for the day. Still locked in on that 14th slot. But hopefully we'll see a little bit more excitement potentially going through as we have only one more match left to go, right? So who knows what the final of the match, what even is that? What the final match, there we go, makes more sense. What the final match of the day can hold, as we are going to be looking at the players from Brute Force, KR, NIGMA, and Twisted, joining us back out onto the battlefield, of course, as I've already mentioned. Match number 5 means that the players from Group A, they've already concluded all the games for the day, so that is GANGSTERS, GEEKAY, Next, X, and Quest. They will only be joining us back on the battlefield, back again on day number 3. I almost said tomorrow, but it's not tomorrow, it's on Monday. But either which way, you have to see what the teams are going to be bringing into this final match. Well, thank you, Thunder, for being here. Appreciate you. If you guys have any predictions as to what the outcome of this final game for the day is going to hold, drop your predictions. We've seen quite a bit of a contribution coming through from either end, from the teams really looking to step it up when it comes to the Miramar side, right? R8 really securing themselves an insane amount of points. 115 points so far, 74 eliminations. They are leading by, well, nearly 20 points, right? It's 17 if you want to be exact. Leading by 17 eliminations with regards to the aggression on the map. I mean, the closest team to them is GEEKAY, and GEEKAY is not even going to be playing this match. So absolutely phenomenal stand-up performance that we've been having so far from the side of R8. I mean, as we saw that damage marker as well, right? Hitting in excess of 2,000 damage. Pretty aggressive performance from their end. Now, we get to see what this final match is going to bring for them, right? Will they be presented with another opportunity to replicate the same kind of performance? Are they going to find their 3rd winner chicken dinner on Miramar? Who knows, right? Only time will tell, but of course, well, there's only going to be one way for us to find out exactly what that will be bringing in, as we are going to be hopping right into the action. Getting the music ready to roll. It is go time. If you want to drop predictions for flight path for Zone, now would be the time to do it. If you're feeling a little bit bold, you can tell me, who do you think is going to be the team to clutch it out? I've got a very strong suspicion, right, based on no factual things, that it could potentially be the side of R8. I mean, based on just the name, right? Because R8 is, you just add a G in front of that and they're great. So, you know, amazing job, amazing flight path to kick us off as well. Not exactly going to be the easiest one to reach down south. But who knows, who knows? It is all going to boil down to what this next flight path, the next zone is going to be revealing. As it could either be very complimentary, or, of course, it could be looking to throw one big major spanner in the works. If you recall the previous Miramar that we had, match number 3, flight path, the zone rather, went all the way down to the lovely Chumacera and surrounding area, right? Pretty much where Slime Machine and IKURD are situated right now, right? That is where we saw it ending. But let's see, let's see. Of course, we're also going to be waiting for the Broody Fruities to step it up. They've been building up some exceptional momentum over these past 2 days. We can see them again dropping down in towards Pozo. They were our chicken dinner winner leaders coming through in the spring season. Sitting with 7 no-winner chicken dinners coming through the League Sage. Of course, the zone is going to throw a spanner in the works, and it sends it up over onto Impala. Now, Triple are going to be just looking on to Puerto. Pretty sure that that is exactly where they're going to be looking to get themselves situated. Hey man, you know, you got to do what you got to do. But the best ones I enjoy are the ones where if you don't pay attention, you would never even notice that I made a funny ha ha ha. Right, those are the ones that are the worthwhile ones. But either which way, let's see how the side here of Triple is going to be performing, as they do have a few visitors hanging around up into that lovely, lovely Picado. Of course, that is going to be the ARB champions. Now if we look over in towards Pozo, it's going to be NIGMA and Brute Force potentially finding themselves in a bit of a standoff here. Here we go, here we go. I mean, both these teams very confident when it comes to playing, you know, a few exciting angles and regions, but I don't think they are necessarily going to get over eager at this point. Right, they know that there's a lot more at stake here. Very likely to prioritize that zone positioning. I mean, Triple, a team that we know who likes to frequent Puerto, are going to be looking to play a little bit of spice, right? They've dropped up into Picado. The ARB champions now starting to move about like an upset anthill. You see Q-Tal. Oh, yes, they're getting those mandibles ready. Ricard getting ready to jump. Spring into action. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Is that going to be it? Yeah, Bandar in need of a bandage. But a decent spread coming through here from ARB champions, right? You can see that they know how to play through the Picado position. Ooh. A little cheeky rotation coming through here from Result. Just trying to flank their way on up as well. The force is not strong. I power the force. So Ricard drawing the first blood, as we can see there. Now, what will the result be here for Triple? Are they going to full send it? Or are they going to keep this 2-1 split? I mean, they do have a bit of an opportunity to maybe just tighten their grip onto the ARB champions. I mean, the third option could also be just to disengage entirely and rotate back to that zone. Looking to get themselves maybe situated down in towards Puerto, position which they are exceptionally comfortable with. In the meanwhile, talking about rotations, it is going to be Conqueror Iraq. Now rolling their way on through. Pushing as far down south as they possibly can. Also as far south as the map kind of allows, right? Because you can't go further than that. But they are going to be rolling high in a little bit of adrenaline. Having that winner chicken dinner under their belt. The shoutouts though, the predictions coming through for Vision, Falcons, NIGMA, and RTG. So which one of those 4 will it be? Well, we don't know. Will it even be any of them, right? That is the big major Utri question that we're going to have to wait to see answered here. In the meanwhile, it does seem like Triple are slowly starting to wrap their way around, trying to put as many buildings in between themselves and the ARB champions. I mean, this could be a beautiful strat, right? If Triple can make the ARB champions think that they're still there, and then wait till the blue zone comes in, you know, that could be a different strategy. How are they going to pull that off? Well, I have no answer. But, you know, it was worth a thought. Let's see how they're going to be looking rather to play this round. Meanwhile, if we jump over to Impala, this is where we'll find ourselves with a little bit of vision. We've got the Pok and Yawez. Ooh, Saloma about to get pushed. Just clever and staunch. Oh, come in. Ooh. Knock, knock. Salom has the answer there. Beautiful defense, but now it's going to be Xenox. Looking to maybe just fix the matter, maybe avenge their teammates. 1-8 could close it all. I don't think that is what's going through Salom's head here instead. Oh, they just want to stay alive. Gotta watch out. They're going to jump at the window. So Xenox now looking quite steady on the front line. Ooh, doing a little bit of a dance around the block. Oh, come on. It's there. It's... Oh, no. Salom was doing so well. Unfortunately, they're not going to make it any further. It's now up to Ali. Trying to avenge their teammate. Maybe find that final devastating blow into the side of NASR. As they do secure spec. Right, but NASR now having the opportunity to get themselves back up on their feet. Oh, Starch flying out. Yep. Starch is reserved for the laundry service. As you can see, they're now getting washed out. Right, up comes Besikta. Is Besikta going to find the jump, though? Nice bit of a spread. Ali also holding steady. So beautiful standoff coming through here between KR and NASR. Come on, Xenox, are you going to be able to lock this one down? Oh, now is the moment to shine as Clever finds the head up into Besikta. The opportunity is there. It's available. All you got to do is grab it with both hands as Ali comes through with a bit of a jump shot. Xenox slams, dunks it, and off they go. Xenox now sitting absolutely comfortably on those lovely 2 eliminations. Meanwhile, as we flock on over to the ONYX Ravens, it is going to be CONQUEROR Iraq, just holding up a nice steady position on the bridge. Unfortunately, ONYX Ravens, they have a slight bit of an advantage to the players from CONQUEROR, as they will both have to rotate their butts back into zone as the shift comes through, and it takes us into the lovely, lovely Los Leones La Bendita Impala Triangle of Doom. The brute force yet to rotate up, as you can see them still holding on towards San Martin. We've got W7 also now pushing through from that far northern reach. So several outlying teams yet having to do rather quite a bit of work to get themselves properly secured rather in the zone. You can see this is match number 5 because the English airtime is starting to run a little bit low. But in the meanwhile, while I recharge, let's see what Ragnarok is going to bring on through as Tapok is holding just up ahead, super low on the health bar. Oh, the nade could find the damage. Oh, and it's there. It finds Prestige. Ragnarok now going to try and make a run for it. Oh, but if you run in a straight line, that is going to be the result as Tapok locks it in. Ida having to just circle around, maybe opt for a little bit of a different positioning here. SK-Ton also there still to lend a bit of a helping hand, as all that R8 can do now is just look on. They've already lost 2 of their teammates, and now comes NIGMA getting ready to push on through. Oh, this could be a very challenging position to defend. Coops on the one end, Rauf on the other, Lord on the overwatch. Yeah, this is going to be quite a bit of a sweaty play, especially now for the side of R8. I mean, they've been having such a phenomenal day, and it seems like NIGMA is going to be looking to end their run. Currently sitting with a 5-point lead on the board for the day. R8 sitting on 43 points. Oh, Rauf, though, on the money. Does find SK-Ton. Down they go. Yep. Nade. NIGMA made it quite difficult for R8. But you know what? A very valiant effort coming through from the side of R8. I mean, they've had an exceptional day so far. concluding their play essentially then with 29 eliminations and 14 placement points, as well as that winner chicken dinner, resulting in a grand total of 43 points. A very, very decent day indeed. Let's see what W7 are going to be bringing in as they are just trickling through to the zone. We got the Falcons, the Broody Furies, and RTG holding off. Oh, nice shift. Nice shift. Vision going to be smiling all the way till next week. As you can see them now situated smack dab center zone. Triple still having to push all the way from that far southern edge. The same can be said about the players then coming through from the side of CONQUEROR Iraq. ARB also going to come trickling on in. Ooh, ONYX Ravens looking for position up in towards Impala. So nothing but air coming through as Zakaria is going to be looking to drive a little bit of lead up into the vehicles while GEEKAY looks to drive the vehicle up that hill. I think if they brought out vehicle insurance in PUBG, you would make an absolute, killing. But whatever. Let's see. As Goops now takes a little bit of a beating there, getting brought to their knees. Golden hitting it up there. Beautiful, beautiful ranged hit. I mean, that was an exceptionally long hit. All the way from that southern side of center zone. Quite a bit of reach indeed. But let's see what's going to come through now as Vision looks to apply the pressure onto the side here of NASR. Nice barrage of spray work coming through from the Vision side. Xenox. Cleaver, whichever way you want to pronounce it. Now just holding nice and steady. Reva, though, will get confirmed on through for the side there of RTG. Well, not confirmation, just the knock, as RTG still holds on to a very wide spread all the way up to the north. But down here in center zone, things are getting pretty dang sweaty. Oh, Xenox getting found out. Vision 1 nade away from getting even more eliminations added to their tally. Going to be pushing for 2 more. Oh, yep, and there we go. Tapok locks it in, and that is going to be the end of the road for NASR. At least 4 eliminations up, but not the worst run. Vision also not going to be sitting on a very comfortable 4 eliminations. But let's see what's going to come through here for the side of Twisted. A very edge play. W7 slightly exposed. Waleed already downed. Ooh. Hero Yakuza. Be very careful as to how they rotate through as we wait to see where the next zone is going to be taking us. The answer to the question is going to be, well, we'll find out pretty soon as it does. Let's just take a slight little bit of a stroll down towards that southeastern side. So the ONYX Ravens are going to be feeling quite happy about their position up into Impala. Slime Machine, they're going to start to push through. Maybe find a bit of a jump up on towards Yawez, who is holding on to a nice little bit of a compound there. ARB Champions also yet to make their way on through. The same can be said about CONQUEROR Iraq as well as W7 and, of course, Crypto coming through for Twisted. But in the meanwhile, up comes the Mar. NIGMA Galaxy just locking in the spray, but Lord then also falls in exchange. J9. Beautiful opportunity all the way from back at the crater. But here we go, Prepod now, just sneaking up on the mound, looking to see if they can get the jump up onto the Falcons, trying to kick them out of their nest. But Falcons holding on to that 2-2 split. Is going to be Salam and Pablo on the one side, Damar never alone on the opposite. Oh, there's the hits though. Is Prepod going to be able to lock on target though? I mean, it's a very difficult position to play. So much so that we do see Ado now also going to be falling all the way up towards that northeastern side to the players from W7. Falcons not going to be phased though. Oh, but they do spot a bit of an opportunity onto the side there of RTG. Got Kalaga and the entire crew holding nice and steady. Dadino did play the rest of the matches. I can't remember if it was all of them, but we have seen quite a bit of Dadino come through. But now it's going to be go time for IKURD. Oh, yes, sir. Come on, will they get the jump in on ARB? Smoker. About to pave the way, as you can see, QTEL. Gonna smoke it up so they can get that res on through. Meanwhile, you can see NIGMA getting caught in that valley. CONQUEROR Iraq getting their ticket punched. Down they go. IKURD, though, finds even more of an opening. Now it is only QTEL standing between them. And that third elimination, and that is it. Locking in full all in one go. Phenomenal run. ARB, though, getting sent out with 2 eliminations, having to settle for 12th place. You can see IKURD slowly start to get that momentum going. Nowhere near the performance that we saw in the previous season, but still, the increase making its way on through. Now Falcons find themselves looking on, trying to figure out what the play is going to be. I mean, I don't think Falcons are going to be looking to do all that much just yet. They are going to be waiting for that next zone shift to come through, as that will be determining their next play. And that's pretty much the call across the board for all our surviving teams here. RTG now just doing their due diligence, ensuring that they have at least a clean table to work off of. As you can see, Hero and the rest of the crew now just holding nice and steady. NIGMA now going to be secured over on towards the western side. Not having to move a muscle, but, you know, they most probably will be. And let's see who's going to be the one to clutch up here. Ooh, Yakuza. Yakuza steps up, finds the spray, but GEEKAY has to pay the price. You can't get a spray for free. There needs to be some kind of an exchange here. Now, in the meanwhile, up comes Rio. Ooh, got that nade at the ready. Is it going to be smoke? Yes, indeed it is. So good strategic play coming through here from the side of RTG. They know that they have to push forward, trying to create a bit of a barrier. GEEKAY rather has a completely different plan in mind here. They're not going to be sending out smokes. They are going to be sending out frag grenades, right? They want to try and pick up a few trades. Ooh! Kalaga instead shows GEEKAY how it's done. And now all the pressure turns onto the shoulders here of Hero. But will we see them get zeroed out as RTG is prepping for that push? Zakaria going for a little bit of that information. Even though they're on their knees, they can still be quite a bit of a helpful asset at this point. Meanwhile, quick look back at how NIGMA just closed it up at the expense of the players there from CONQUEROR Iraq. All the way back in 15th position. But now W7, ooh, trying to make the most of what they've got. Kalaga with the jump shot. The spray is there, but unfortunately the ammo is not. As Kalaga runs out of the mag. GEEKAY will lead super low on that health bar. So close to being ended, but Hero instead does zero out the side there of RTG, sending them away with only 2 eliminations too. They named Twisted Minds now, gonna come swinging on in. They've heard the cacophony of shots. They've heard that beautiful music. Oh, and they come up to thank the DJ. Thank you so much for that one. Triple Twisted rather. Now banking in those 4 elims. ONYX Ravens also going to be feeling a little bit of the heat, a little bit of that pressure, as it's now all reliant on Saad to hold on to the survivability for the team. Slime Machine and Vision going to be looking to play their hand at the ONYX Ravens. But of course, who will be the one to succeed? It'll swing either which way. Fashe now could be brought back. Sly definitely could capitalize on a 2-player setup here. Solos are going to be proving to be quite a bit more challenging. Same could be said for Brute Force. Not quite sure if Mur is going to be able to find a little bit of that pre-pod res action, as the Broody Furies have not been able to secure themselves a single point. No elims just yet, but they are in placement point territory. So either way, they will have something on the board. They are contesting against R8 for the top position of the day, right? The most points earned. Brute Force coming into this match, we're trailing by 5, so they're gonna have to try and make it up, at least up into third. But with Mur now getting sprayed, Falcons could look to bring in the upset. Oh, alright, Mur now is gonna be the final hopeful, as pre-pod does get confirmed. Let's see what AZ is gonna be bringing in here, alongside the rest of the team from IKURD. Coops now playing the Sneak Master. The craziest game of hide and seek that you've seen in this match. But here we go. Up comes Dadino. Twisted with a very cautious approach, right? Not going to be full sending it just yet. We do have Dummy towards that northern side, looking to get rest on back, and that is exactly what comes to fruition. Just bringing Twisted Minds back on their feet, giving them the opportunity to go on a bit of a rampage. Already 5 eliminations up. They could be looking to farm a few more. Great opportunity available over on towards that eastern side, right? They got Slime Machine and the ONYX Ravens in the immediate area. Brute Force also still in the fight here. As you can see, Mur just inching their run forward all the way up towards that northern side. Slime Machine keeping themselves a little bit more distant. Right, trying to play the terrain, trying to play the opportunity. Out comes the sprays though. ONYX Ravens start to move a little bit further afield. Looking to get themselves situated within that zone. Fashe and Sly now not going to be letting anything slide past them. Ooh, up they come. This could be a little bit of a jump up onto Vision, but you still got to watch out for ONYX Ravens. See them just on the east rather, and that is exactly what happens now as the shots connect on through again. Nothing too devastating. But here we go, Volt. Picking up a bit of some here. Is it going to find its way up onto Attacker? Not exactly. You see Attacker a little bit off to the side. Ooh, but that bounce brings it much, much closer. Volt now just trying to lob those utilities everywhere they can find them. In the meanwhile, Twisted going to be looking for a bit of an opportunity. Already 6 eliminations strong. Golden getting spotted. Oh, no, that is not what you want to have. AZ just narrowly on the edge of zone. Meanwhile, IKURD, they do find Elam, another knock rather, finding its way on towards. Oh, the very, very edge of zone. AZ, though, is down. Hoops now springing into action. Welcome to the chat. Don't worry, you're not late. We just started without you. But either which way, here we go. It is going to be Coops. Playing a little bit of hey, hey, hey. As they're moving from bail to bail, looking to get themselves bailed out of trouble. Fortunately, quick pickup does come through and off they go. It's going to be pushed towards the zone. NIGMA already sitting up on those 5 eliminations. Oh, Pablo getting met with a little bit of aggression. NIGMA now prepping for a bit of a send down south. Are they going to full send it, or are they just moving the vehicles out of harm's way? Does seem like they are indeed looking to send it up. one little bit at a time. Coops now also going to be rotating on up. Oh, up comes Twisted. They do find the first. It is going to be getting taken down. Saad now having to try and survive here. As we load up the action, it is going to be Slime Machine now about to get pushed as IKURD comes rotating up right behind them. Dadino goes right on down. Fortunately, not quite back from whence they came, but still, they're looking to get themselves back on their feet as the ONYX Ravens put on quite a bit of a defensive position. Rauf will be found all the way to the west. Quite a few teams on the east at least, as we can see here. Twisted, ONYX, Sly, and IKURD. A little bit more than a third of the lobby situated over on towards this eastern side. But again, still a very contentious play to make. Saif from Vision could be running into quite a few problems at this stage. They are on their own. No one to provide any potential coverage whatsoever. If it was down to predictions, I would most likely say it is going to be one of the teams left with 4 players at this point, right? Either the Falcons or Twisted. Oh, but up comes the push. Up comes the push though. Twisted looking to move through, but it's going to be Flashe denying them access. Beautiful spray, and Crypto goes up in flames. Amazing work coming through from Slime Machine. 7 eliminations now getting punched into their ticket there. And here we go. NIGMA left on 3. Falcons left on 4. Sly and IKURD. Oh, down to very slim pickings, but a beautiful nade up on Coops. Oh, it does blow quite a bit of a hole in the side of NIGMA. Down goes Lord, down goes Freak, and that is NIGMA and IKURD right out of here. Wow, now it is down to Falcons and Slime Machine to have this final match of the day be decided. Who's going to be the one to walk away victorious? Will it be the Falcons to spread their wings, or is it going to be the Slime Machine to seal it away? We are going to be finding out very, very soon. Sly now just looking to get themselves patched up. But Falcons looking very, very confident at this point. Sly, you can see Salam just peeking their head out at the top, but oh, the nade getting overcooked. Slime Machine sliding themselves back into the lobby. Ipso facto, the winner chicken dinner goes over to the Falcons. What a phenomenal finish that was. Falcons rising on up, almost like phoenixes, right? Not exactly the same, but sure, both of them have wings. So might as well take it. So what a performance that was. Falcons with a very well-deserved winner chicken dinner. Amazing, amazing play. I mean, that was right on the money. Not quite sure what the case was there coming through with the Slime Machine. I mean, you know, sometimes you got to bite the bullet, but I think that takes it a little bit further on. Yeah, not quite sure what the play on that was. An interesting thing that we did see though, and we'll take a look at that once we head over into our standings, right? Our match rankings. It seems like 7 elims was the name of the game today, right? You'll see. You'll see once we get there. Of course, a very interesting, very, very interesting way to close off the day. A little bit of a safe safe nade? That wasn't exactly a safe nade. I think the safest nade is the one that you throw away from yourself. But either which way, still worth the effort, I guess. Sure. I mean, so Sly actually technically getting 2 more eliminations than what the total will show. But, you know, who's counting? Still a very, very exciting play. You got to commend the side from IKURD, though. They really stepped up the effort in this last match. I mean, they've been having also quite a bit of a challenging time over the previous days, you know, especially in that first phase. Things weren't looking all too great for them, which, as I said before, was quite surprising because they were one of our top-performing teams in the previous season, especially looking at that league stage performance, right? They concluded they play in third place last season with a bucket load, an insane amount of points, of course, securing 389, 7 winner-winner chicken dinners. Right, this time around, quite a bit of a contrast as to their positioning, but of course, well, it's time for a bit of a change, right? Falcons winging their way into 17 points. We've got the Slime Machines then finishing on 13, but we'll call it 15, right? Because as we saw, that self-nade, so essentially that's 2 more eliminations that they denied from the opposition. And of course, well, Pretty Fruity is picking up that 1-pointer, all of which coming through from eliminations. Triple, Conqueror, and R8 will get sent back to the nut shop. But yes, so IKURD got third place in league stage last season. This time around, they are holding on again to third place, but the other side of the leaderboard, right? But we are seeing an increase in that performance. They are looking to ramp things up. So far, looking at their performances over this phase, right, week number 2, they won. Yeah, it was a day, right? Especially today, though, for IKURD was an exceptional day. 25 pointers coming through, really adding onto the tally from what they had secured in the previous day. But what an amazing way to close off the day. 7 across the board, aside from NIGMA, right? NIGMA, they just need to be different. So NIGMA making up for the 7 elims, right? Lacking the 1 by loading up an absolute insane amount of eliminations. 2,165 going through on their end. As you can see, a very balanced play there. Slime Machine, though, does walk away with the highest conversion rate with 70 limbs coming out of 1,497. So, you know, just a few little less than we see coming through from Twisted Falcons and IKURD, but a very even play across the board. I mean, it's pretty consistent. Speaking about consistent, it is going to be easy to pick up the most eliminations, one of which has come through from a bit of utility usage. Lord, though, is going to be locking in the most damage for the match, with Kalaga, of course, hitting the longest hits, and Shaco again coming through with the greatest distance traveled. So that is the second match in a row that we've seen now that the players from the side of Conqueror have come in with the you know, the greatest distance, right? The greatest hits, covering the most distance in one particular match. So well done to them. It is an impressive feat nonetheless. But of course, as we know, that then concludes all our matches for today. Match number 5 done and dusted. But we've got to take a look at a few important things, right? We've got to see who our MVP of the day is. We've got to see how all of these last performances then impacts our overall standings for this phase. Who knows? We could potentially even be taking a look at the main running total, right? The main big leaderboard, right? But of course, well, that is yet to be seen. Of course, if you have any potential predictions as to who the MVP of the day is, let me know, right? Maybe to help you on along the way is going to be to take a look at who brought in our winner chicken dinners. There's going to be the players there from NIGMA for the first one, Brute Force, followed by R8, Conqueror Iraq, and then, of course, the Falcons. Some very impressive chickens coming through here. R8 picking up that lovely 15 Elam chicken with 27 and 59. Right, absolutely exciting stuff. Yes, Jihad, copy paste right back at you. I'll say that live a little bit later on. But yes, at least, well, you can say that you heard it here first, right? You might have read it first in the chat, but you heard it here first. But of course, well, as we are slowly making our way to wrapping up the day, right? We just take a look at our lovely winner chicken dinners. Again, we've not yet seen any repeat offenders come through today. Yesterday, we did have a pretty crazy run. But of course, now let's see who our prediction is for the MVP for today, right? Drop it. Hit me up in the chat. Throw out a name. Let's see. Do you think it's going to be Goops? Do you think it's going to be Gaith? Do you think it's going to be Santa? Do you think it's going to be whoever, right? Could it be Dadino? Just pick a name. Give your prediction. Let's see whether or not your predictions are going to be on the money. It was a very exciting conclusion here, as we saw. There's all these nades, right? Just flying all over the place. So far, the points looking quite exciting, as I already mentioned. We do know R8 secured themselves 43 total points for the day. The Broody Fruities picking up 39. So, well, second place for the day. Not a bad position at all. Then, of course, we had Slime Machine really upping the ante in this last match. So the same can be said about the Falcons. Both of those teams moving up 5 for the day, right? You're not going to see this on the leaderboards. But trust me. Of course, Slime Machine walking away with 36 points, but unfortunately, not a single winner chicken dinner. They came close. They really tried so hard. I can see a few shoutouts there coming through. Apparently, it is going to be Ragnarok that will be taking the MVP for today. Well, Ragnarok did take out Ragnar, which I really appreciate back in match number 3. And of course, well, the answer to the question is, it is going to be Volt. Volt now vaulting up the board there with a lovely 9 eliminations and 2,652 damage getting dealt. Good survival time as well, 23 minutes and 18. Of course, a very, very close second coming through then there by Ragnarok with 1,582 with 10 eliminations and those 7 assists coming through. But yes, we've seen Ragnarok and Ragnar having a little bit of a back and forth here today. As I said before, I waited months for that to be the case. A little bit of that R&R action, but let's see our highlights here as to how Volt got themselves that MVP play for the day. This was back on a lovely Erangel. I mean, that's obvious because we only had 1. Blam blam as a ram got taken down by the arm there. Yeah, today was a very exciting day, not going to lie. That was quite a bit of fun looking at what the teams have been bringing out across the board. So, yeah, big shout out going out to Volt. Mad respect. Congratulations for being the GOAT on day number 2. Of course, as we know, right, our next stop is going to be day number 3, but it's not going to be tomorrow, as we will be returning back on Monday. Yes, Monday. I forget what day it is, right? I know it's day 2. We'll be back on day 3. So day 3 is Monday. We'll be back on Monday with all the action that the teams are going to be bringing to the field here. But of course, before we say goodbye entirely, we are going to be hopping into a quick interview, right? I'm not doing the interview, but let's look at the interview.
اهلا فيك حبيبي ليجند، والى الشرف طبعا اعمل مقابله مع اسماء كبيره زيك انت وكودي وماو طبعا.
بيض الله وجهك، بيض الله وجهك، الشرف لنا، بنفتخر فيك، بنرفع راسنا فيك يا راجناروك. الله يسعد لي قلبك. راجناروك، ابدا معك بسؤال. مسببات العوده اليوم، شفنا اليوم الار 8 بجولتين طلع ب 29 اقصاء فقط، مش عم نحكي عن نقاط البليسمنت. شو كانت العوامل العوده وشو اللي ساعد بهذا الظهور المنتظر كان رايت خلافا كان على الاسبوع الاول؟
والله لسه ما بتقدر تحكي عوده، يعني بلشنا شوي انه نجمع افكار التيم. ان شاء الله لسه في احسن عنا، ويعني بجوز تغيير تكتيكي شوي، الكوتش له تاثير على الموضوع. عم نغير بين اللعب اجريسيف وباسف شوي، نشوف شو الشيء المناسب اكثر ان شاء الله.
حلو، يعني الحلو انكم انتم طلعتوا الاسبوع الاول، طلعتوا عرفتوا وين كانت اخطائكم وين كانت مشاكلكم، عم تشتغلوا انكم تعدلوا عليها، وزي ما انت ذكرت العوده التدريجي. طيب خلينا نشوف كوديتو. طبعا كوديتو صاحبك، وبس هون بالاستوديو ما فيش صاحب هون. كودي تفضل يا كودي.
راجنر يعني اكيد بشد المشاهد شغله انه اريت بطل يقدم مثل زمان بسانهوك، بس اريت من البي ام دبليو اي حتى باسوء الحالات رجع بميرامار بارقام مخيفه. ففعليا واضح انه الصحراء هي ارضكم هلا، بس تغير الامر. يعني كان الكل بيحكي سانهوك الافضل عند اريت، فشو اللي بدل الحالتين بالخريطتين؟
هسه مبدئيا بدايه البي ام بي ال كانت سانهوك عندنا جيده نوعا ما، يعني تشيكن توب 2 توب 3. ميرامار ممكن تحسنت عندنا لانه عم نلعب ميرامار كثير، يعني اغلب جيماتنا اللي عم نريح فيها بالاسبوع الثاني عم تكون ميرامار، عم تكون سانهوك سوري. فميرامار عندنا عم تتحسن مع اللعب اكثر، عم نفهم التيمات وين عم تتحرك، فتوقع هذا السبب.
محمد الطراح معجب فيك، ما هو كثير بشيد فيك تحت الهواء صراحه.
حبيبي طبعا.
تفضل يا
على راسي. راجناروك واحد من اللاعبين امانه المميزين، يلفتك في دائما تصرفاته داخل الجيم. ما عندي يعني سؤال خاص، الشباب ما قصروا بشكل عام كتكتيكيا، لكن شنو حابه تقول للجمهور؟ هذه مساحه لك ممكن توجهها بشكل مباشر للجمهور، او شنو توعدهم في المستقبل القريب؟
ان شاء الله بنوعدهم باداء ممتع يكون بالاسابيع الجاي والايام الجاي. وان شاء الله البطوله بحب احكي لهم البطوله ما خلصت، يعني ان شاء الله انه ممكن نرجع بالايام الجاي. وشكرا لاي حد لسه عم يشجع ار 8 عم بدعم ار 8 على الفوز وعلى الخساره.
لا لسه هاي انتم ما شاء الله قاعده جماهيريه كبيره ومحبينكم كبار وجمهوركم جمهور مثقف وجمهور محترم. سؤال اخير لك يا راجناروك، مدى تاثير نقاط البي ام جي سي؟ هل عم تشكلكم خوف وضغط نفسي داخل كل جوله عم تلعبوها، ولا شايلين فكره نقاط البي ام جي سي ومركزين بالفايت بالجوله بالروتيشن اللي انتم فيه، ولا هل تاثير نقاط البي ام جي سي لها تاثير عليكم في البطوله الان ولا بالاخص في الجولات اللي عم تشاركوا فيها؟
لا صراحه احنا نقاط بي ام جي سي يعني احكي ممكن شلناها شوي على جنب، لانه لسه البي ام جي سي بالمينا افريكا في مقاعد كثير للبي ام جي سي، ان شاء الله بنقدر نحقق مقاعد منهم. حاليا عم نركز على جيماتنا اكثر، نحاول نشوف اخطائنا جيم بجيم، نركز على الفاينل على اللقب نفسه، وبمينا افريقيا ان شاء الله حيكون التركيز على مقاعد البي ام جي سي.
حلو، تصريح ممتاز. يعني انتم صابين كل تركيزكم على البي ام بي ال وعلى اللقب، ونفالكم بالتوفيق انتم وبقيه كل الفرق. راجناروك شرف كبير لي تواجدي معك والحديث معك، شكرا جزيلا لك يا صاحبي، كل التوفيق لك ولكل الشباب وتحياتنا لك ولكل فريقك.
حبيبي يا ليجند، وشكرا لكم على المقابله الظريفه هاي، ويعطيكم الف الف عافيه.
يا ميت اهلا وسهلا. ثانك يو راجناروك، يا ميت اهلا وسهلا، شرفنا.
All right, there we go, there we go. I mean, if you understood any of that, well done. Good to see the players also then having a bit of airtime, right? See them up on the screens. As you know, R8 having a phenomenal day, phenomenal phase so far. First 2 days really popping off, but as I was trying to do a little bit earlier on, right, we are going to be starting off ever so slightly, right? Slowly but surely making way closer to the end of the day. Of course, if you're curious to see what the predictions were coming through on the Arabic casters, it is definitely up to Cody, who is right on the money, right? Yusuf, yes, Yusuf is there with predictions as well, right? So we'll go with that one. Right, we do see the predictions appear on screen every time we hop into those matches. It's always exciting to see exactly who is going to get the match, right? Who will be right on the money. Now, as you can see, it proves to be quite challenging to get these things right. I mean, that is the danger of making predictions. But of course, quite a bit of excitement coming through here as we are going to be looking to see what day 3 is going to be bringing in. Day 3, we return to a little bit of normality. We are going to be starting off the day with Sanhok, heading into 2 Erangels, followed up by 2 Miramars. Could be the other way around, but either which way, it is the same thing. So there is going to be a lot more balanced, approaches coming through on day number 3. Day 4 is going to be our Erangel heavy day, so that is also going to be quite a bit to look forward to. But of course, before we sign off, we need to take a look at the leaderboards, right? R8 closing up today. Well, day number 2, still holding on to a beautiful position here with 82 points. 2 winner chicken dinners, the only team this phase to get a little bit of cheeky with those chickens, right? Brute Force going to be locking in the most placement points, though, sitting on a very comfortable 37. And, of course, 37 eliminations, right? Talk about the balance. That is what you need. Sometimes you just need to apply a little bit of brute force to get yourself up into 2nd position. RTG, they've also moved up into 3rd, moving Quest down into that 6th position. But as we move down, it is going to be a big jump up coming through from the Falcons and IKURD. Both teams, just in this last match, hopping up 3 slots into 11th and 12th place respectively. So quite a good run, of course, as we move down to the last bit. It is going to be KR and Triple still holding onto their position down in 20th and 19th. W7 continuing up the board right now, just swapping places with the ARB champions. So 2 of the teams that we really wanted to see, or that I especially wanted to see step it up, Next X and W7 so far having a pretty good run this phase. I mean, definitely securing themselves a few more points in comparison to what we saw come through in that previous phase, right? Week number 1. But I think on that, of course, we are going to be looking to wrap it up here today as well. Just waiting for my Arabic counterparts to end the show on their end, because otherwise you're going to be looking at their lovely faces instead of mine, right? But either which way, I think I want to give a big shout out to everyone that has tuned in today, that has stuck around all the way to here. Appreciate all of you. I'm pretty sure the teams also appreciate all the support that you are showing them as well. Good to see the teams performing the way they are. Of course, we're going to continue to look for the teams bringing in those additional adjustments, right? Brute Force, I don't think we're going to see them stop where they are right just yet, right? They are going to be looking to push as far as they possibly can. And who knows, they might be able to secure themselves at the top of the board at the end of this phase Who knows? Who knows? But there's so much more to play for here. Aside from that, of course, I believe we are going to be then ending it here, right? So let me say it instead of it having be mentioned out in the chat. It doesn't seem like I can't say it just yet because, well, we're waiting. But, you know, it's always exciting and always so much fun to have these delayed goodbyes, right? Trying to see just how much I can extend them because, you know, at least we want to put you up with something good to watch, right? Those replays, because that is what we are going to be playing out with. But then, meanwhile, if there's anything in particular that you guys want to say, now would be the time to say it or forever hold your peace until day number 3. Yeah, hit it up. Let's see if there was any particular standout performance that you saw coming through today. I also appreciate the effort that we saw coming through from the side of IKURD. You know, just so great to have them slightly return back to glory. Also hoping that this phase is going to be the opportunity for them, right? So that they really have the chance to strengthen their positioning, to regain quite a bit of that ground. Because looking at where they find themselves for today, I mean, they are sitting smack dab in the middle of the board as well, alongside the plays coming through from CONQUEROR. But then the overall performance that we've seen so far in the phase, IKURD all the way up in that 12th position. Up is up, right? 3 slots move in the last game. Gotta love it though, and yes, it is fresh. Right, very, very fresh. But I think on that one, I can only drag it out this much before I do too much, right? Either which way. I think on that bombshell, we are going to be ending it right here. So until then, guys, until the next one, until day number 3, Friday, same time, same place, right? Stay fresh, stay frosty, and we'll see you all later. Enjoy a little bit of silence until the replays come on. Or maybe I'll switch it back onto Ravik. Either which way, see you later.